Hello, and welcome everybody to the WRC channel. Hopefully you've been enjoying the streams recently. There's been quite a lot of good content. If you've been enjoying it, please like, subscribe, click the notification bell, do all those lovely, lovely things that you can do on YouTube. And I am Alex, otherwise known as Chiral elsewhere, pretty much everywhere actually these days. And I am joined today by the professional Mahjong player and streamer and member of this team, of the WRC team. We'll get to that in a bit. Jenn.
Hello.
We'll
What's
be
up?
joined later. Oh, sorry.
Just saying what's up. Oh no, that's loud. Sorry. There we go. There's an echo. Let's go.
We'll be joined later by amazing commentary from, and also ARML A1 leaguers, Nathanael and Arthur. I actually don't know how to pronounce the name. Tateniu? Yeah, and Korak, of course, if you recognise them around. They were here yesterday, if I remember correctly, for the final game.
Yeah, Arthur was. Nathaniel was not. Yesterday it was Tips and Tricks, or Jeremy and Gemma, and myself.
Yeah. Our broadcast today has been brought to you by two different groups, as you can see on the screen. Let's start with the bottom left of the screen, USPML. They are a professional mahjong league in New York where you can actually find a they've got their own mahjong studio now, haven't they? They've been building that up. I follow their Twitch channel. I think they simulcast on Twitch and YouTube occasionally, and I've been seeing their new mahjong studio, the Sparrow's Nest. Well, I guess it's not as new as it used to be, but slowly grow over time. They are fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultimate, and Rex 3 auto tables, and you can go there to not only play games. You can also find tournaments. I think there have been lectures as well. And if I remember correctly, the one thing that I saw recently from USPML was they got a professional person who hand makes mahjong tiles to give a lecture on how they paint tiles and make them.
Oh wow!
I remember seeing that because I think, and I just saw that and it just looked really cool. So even if you're just like a little bit arty or something like that, there are all sorts of events that are mahjong themed, hopefully to suit you. We are also sponsored, obviously. You know, we're here. The World Riichi Championship are helping us today. The most prestigious and international mahjong tournament in the world, held once every 3 years. The most recent event, one in Vienna, was won by Keiji Nara. The next one will be in Tokyo in 2025. I think a lot of people here watching the stream are probably in the WRC League trying to win a seat for that Tokyo event.
The
But
online team league. Yes, I am in it as well. I'm not
I'm also
eligible for a seat, but
I guess I am. Yeah, I could win it. It could happen.
you could. You could.
Yes.
I could see you here. I will be in Tokyo waiting for everybody to come.
The WRC, being sponsoring this team. Obviously, it's made of an entirely international roster. We have Gemma as our captain, who you saw yesterday. We also have a certain Jenn in the team. But we also have Mio from South Korea and Lika from China. I actually kind of love that. Like WRC bringing people from across the world to play in this cup. That's amazing.
Yeah, the first team we started actually. This is the third time that we've played. The first year, I think we did a ReachMahjong.com team, and it was Gemma and Mio and myself. And the next year was the WRC team. It was Mio and myself, and also Yukari Nishijima from Japan. But this year, Mika is actually new to JPML, and she is actually an international student. She's in university and decided to take the protest.
I remember seeing.
Yeah, so she goes to school and she plays mahjong. It's like heaven. It must be.
I'm jealous. I didn't know about Mahjong until after I graduated university. It was only slightly afterwards. But I'm jealous because I think at university I could have found like a load of groups people play with. Could have tried bringing mahjong to my uni. That would have been really
Right,
fun.
I actually learned in university, but my school didn't have a club at the time. Everyone who had played, I guess, graduated. Because it wasn't that big. I mean, it wasn't that big about university students, only for the time I was there. It was really big before I was in university and really big after. But when I was there, it wasn't that big. So we actually just had one club that people from tons of different universities joined. And we had like a mailing list so that we would because we didn't have like those group chats that we have now, but it was like an email list, and the emails came to our phones, so we always could find 4 people to play. Basically,
Still really
any
cool.
time of day. Yeah. Yeah, university was a great time to learn mahjong. Everyone was free. And we usually would prioritize mahjong over school.
That's maybe a little bit unhealthy. No, it's fine. Study's important, but Mahjong is also important. But speaking of a good time to learn, WSC is just starting the first professional organization to be based out of Japan. You can theoretically, hopefully soon, apply to be a pro, an international pro for WRC. Please.
Yeah, we're working on the test right now. I'll still be a member of the Japan Professional Mahjong League, but I'm helping out sort of as a bridge between JPML and I mean obviously Gemma is also in JPML and she's a bridge, so I'm like the assistant bridge. Working to yeah, I'm actually going to probably get people together for some tips and stuff for how to take the pro test and things like that as well. It's not, I mean, it's going to be a hard test, but if you have some tips, it's actually not that crazy hard. So if you're really interested, you should definitely study and get on the mailing list on the WRC website.
There's always also the Discord as well. If you are interested, please jump into that WRC Discord. Is there a link in the description of the video? Of the stream? Or a way of getting into the WRC Discord?
Yeah, there definitely should be. Whether I can't really check if it's there or not right now, but if it's not, it will be there soon.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Great. So, with that out of the way, I suppose we should talk about this Yukan Fuji Cup, the tournament that we're watching today. We have 64 teams that are currently split into 16 groups of 4. Each group battles each other, so it's like a little rivalry then for the entire event over 10 sessions. So with 6 games a session, that's 60 Hanchans. It's a really
It's
nice
actually
long
it's only
event.
3 games per session per group. So
Okay.
we watched 4 teams yesterday play 3 Hanchan. So we're split into morning and evening groups, and then halfway through we'll switch.
Okay, I was under the
So these
impression that
teams,
we just saw 3 and they actually played 6. Okay, no. Thank you for
right?
correcting me.
It has so three in the morning, 3 in the evening, and those are 2 different groups. So half the groups play in the morning, half the groups play in the evening. We're gonna watch these all take place. It's always on a Thursday, so these took place on Thursday the 11th, and this is the evening group that was broadcast. So there are 6 games broadcast each session, but it's 2 different groups.
Okay. So in order to make it to the final, you don't actually have to beat everyone. You just have to be the top person in your group of 4.
Right.
And the top individual players will also advance to a different final. So there is definitely some motivation to try and maybe be a star player. If you can stand out from everyone else, get into that second final, I think it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, and there's a lot of interesting strategy because you need 10 sessions to. I think your team needs 30 sessions to advance, but you don't actually all have to play 10 each for the team competition. Like some teams actually only have 2 people. So the team just has to play 30 games. But individually you have to play 10, but you only have to play at least 10. So you could play 15 or you could play 20. So halfway through you'll start seeing some individuals that don't have a shot at the finals, the individual finals, and they'll actually let their teammates play their own games so that like if I was playing 4 games and are all last place, I might let Mika play the last 6 because she has a chance at getting to the finals and she can score up some more positive points.
So there's actually like a lot of strategy in who you put forward. I like that. I like
Yeah.
that.
So I
But yeah,
think today you'll see that since players are on the broadcast table, then each player on the team only plays 1 game. Usually when you're not on the broadcast table, you'll play 3 or 2 in one day. Because that way not everybody has to go to every session. So they'll take turns a lot of times. Actually, on Thursday, our teammate Mika played all 3 games. Her and Mio went to, I was unavailable that day, but Lika and Mio went to the venue and they decided that if Lika was, she'd start the day, and if she was doing good, she'd play all 3 games. And if she was feeling like, I'm not doing good today, it's not my flow, I don't got the flow today, then they would trade out and Mio would jump in. And
So you
Lika
can
ended
tag
up
out.
playing all, yeah. Not to spoil it, but Lika ended up playing all 3 games.
I actually do like the idea of, I'm not feeling it today. I've played my first match. Someone tag me out rather than having to like be a fixed group. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, we all have those days, right? Like it's just not gonna work today. Or we get in, and we're like, all right, I can win all the games today. And you can, depending on your teammates.
Awesome. Well, either ways, today we are going to be looking at Group 9. We have 4 teams here. You might recognize one of the logos there, perhaps, but let's start with Team Janrin. Or Jong Ring, I guess, if we let you look at the logo there. I like that. Yeah, that's nice.
So
We also
Janrin
have
is based on there's the Keirin is the bicycle racing in Japan. People bet on it. It's one of the official forms like run by the government. Very very legal and very, I don't know, everybody seems to enjoy it. So there's actually a team of mahjong players, professional mahjong players that have a YouTube channel dedicated to this bike racing. And so this is 3 people from that team. And I think
so
you'll
cool.
recognize these names once we get into that, but we'll go to the next team. Sorry.
That's okay. We also have a Mahjong Soul team who I recognize the logo from because I think that was the first English clan that I played on. Played on Tenho a little bit before Mahjong Soul came out, but yeah, I'm assuming that's I'm assuming it's a video game, right? Must be. We also
I
have
know.
the sorry, go on.
What did you say? Sorry. You're assuming it's what?
The video game Mahjong Soul, right?
Right, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. It's the Mahjong Soul that everybody knows.
Yeah. We also have the Mahjong New Gene channel. I'm assuming that's the one right.
New Jenna. It's
New
like
Jenna.
short for generation, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's New Generation channel, but they shorten it cause Japan.
I apologize in advance for any mispronunciations from me today.
That's
We
why I'm
also
here.
have
Woo.
the Mahjong Bar All Green. One of my favorite Yaku, but I have never made it. I've never managed to make All Green.
Oh wow, yeah, I think I've only done it once or twice. And once was 3-player.
That's fair. I think I tried to make All Green once, but I didn't know how the game worked quite as well, and I had a triplet of one, so they got little tiny red feet. They're not
Oh.
green, but still, yeah. I'm looking forward to see what they do today. Who's be playing for each team?
All right, we will introduce the players. So we will see 12 different players today, 3 from each team. Now, starting off for us from the all green team is Yukue Inomata. I believe she's the manager or the owner of the all green bar from Saikouisen. And Taeko Nakano from Janrin. So Taeko Nakano is actually does all the work for the Rumiaki channel. I think you'll see her on their channel a lot. As she steps in for Rumi or Aki when they're not there, she joins them a lot of times. And she's actually joining them on the Janrin team as well. So the other members are going to be Rumi and Aki Nikaido. Also, Mika Mizuguchi will be in the West seat. She's on the Mahjong Soul team from Kyokai, Nippon Pro Mahjong Association. And our first dealer will be Maiko Erikawa, also from JPML, on the New Gen channel team. I think the New Gen channel, YouTube channel, is run by JPML professionals.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's and something to look forward to, I suppose. So, I guess we should talk about the rules of the tournament, at least. And one of the biggest things is that because we're running Mondo TV Pro League rules, we have a 5,000 point ante or an ochre, which means that there's a bonus for first place. So this is going to be really heavily sort of weighted towards aggressive play. Hopefully, we're going to see some really good battles for first place. First place, otherwise, is going to be 10,000 points bonus for first place, minus 10,000 point penalty for third. Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah. 20 for first place, 10 for second. I
Oh,
think you said 10 for first.
did I say that? Okay.
I think so.
Oh
That's what
goodness.
I heard, but
Okay. Well, I very wrong then. Okay. So yes.
20 for first, 10 for second, minus 10 for third, and minus 20 for fourth. So it's not very last avoidance heavy. We were discussing yesterday that the difference between third place and second place is actually much larger than the difference between third place and fourth place. So jumping up from third to second is a much bigger deal, and aiming for second even from fourth is a much bigger deal than just avoiding last place. So you'll see a lot of techniques aimed at that, and aiming for first place is just massive.
I'm really hoping we get to see some people, like, not just settle for second. And that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping we see everyone like get excited, and if they have a chance taking the win, I'm hoping they're going to go for it. But we'll see. It is a 30 hand-chan league, so maybe second place is good enough. I'm wondering what the strategy of these players is going to be.
Yeah, I think you'll see also a wide variety. A lot of these people have never played on broadcast tables before, and you'll see a mix of people who have played almost all of their games on broadcast tables, like the Nikaido sisters, and we have some other M-leaguers, not today, but later in the season, like Yumi Uotani and who else? I think Sayaka Okada are also on teams.
Okay. I guess we also have to talk about the fact there's a head bump on this rule set. It did come up yesterday. I remember it coming up.
Yeah.
Where 2 players were on a tile. Only the person next in line gets to win. We have no red 5s and no abortive draws. So you can't go with the 4 wins. If you draw 9 on Terminals Honors, you've got to keep playing. You can't just go for a redeal. The games will last for 80 minutes. Is our sort of soft timer. Once that is reached, there will be the remaining hand and 1 more. So.
And that happened yesterday as well. I think one of the games didn't finish.
So yeah, there's going to be some strategy I think around about it. Being glass dealer is not quite as powerful a thing as it is in normal ranked, I think.
I mean, generally, almost all pros finish almost all games within 80 minutes. The thing is, when you get onto the broadcast table, people are nervous and they think more and they don't want to mess up, and so it probably will actually happen more on the broadcast table than on other tables.
So it's something that we can maybe look forward to. I wonder how. I wonder how it's going to go. It's hopefully going to be really exciting, though. But
yeah, it's definitely exciting, and also you'll see players that today. So I think there are not that many players yesterday that people knew outside of Japan. Hopefully you'll see them and you can cheer for them for the rest of this league, since we will be commentating on every single broadcast session. But today, yeah, you'll see some familiar names, so that should be exciting as well.
Yeah, fingers crossed we'll see everyone at least once. That's what I'm hoping anyway.
Yeah, generally it should be that way. Each team is on the broadcast table twice, so I think they probably are trying to get everybody onto the broadcast table at least once. And towards the second half of the season, we have the strategies coming in, so it's not necessarily a different player for each broadcast game. But yeah, the first half it should be probably pretty consistently a different player for each game.
All right. Is there anything else to say, or should we just get right to the match?
I think, yeah, just like and subscribe. We did say that at the beginning. Saying it again.
Yes, like and subscribe. Notification bell. Also comment, honestly. Like, it helps. Let us know what you're enjoying and what you're not enjoying. But yeah, here we go.
Yeah, we are looking at the chat, even if we can't respond to every single one. Alright. So the players they roll the dice and take their starting hand, even though they're playing on, I think this is an Ultima table. It might be a Rex 3, but I think it's Ultima, actually.
Okay.
Alright, we have some No hands that are really not quite one away yet. People have sorted their tiles,
Do you like that start
but
though?
mostly two or three away. What?
Sorry, there was just one. I like that start. Sorry.
The Dora is the green dragon. Notice some floaters. Nobody has a pair yet. So they're gonna hold on to the, well, Mizuguchi decides to hold on to honor tiles and start with some middle tiles, probably going for an all pairs or an outside hand.
Yeah, but when you've got a single Dora and I think she had 3 isolated pairs, it's hard. You want to use the Dora if you can.
Oh, and it
So
pairs up
10
for
pairs is
Mizuguchi.
the
Mm.
ooh.
And since
Now,
it's value tile, she can actually pawn it, which she did right now.
yes, if it wasn't Dora and it wasn't
Mm.
Yakuhai, maybe you wouldn't. But it's impossible to say no when you've got a good hand with Dora 3 there right off the gate.
Nakano
Incredible.
trying to get rid of it early, which often works, trying to get rid of it before anyone pairs up, but unfortunately for her, Mizuguchi had just paired it up.
It is one of those things when it's Dora Dragon. It's so scary for me whenever I've got that. Do I keep it in my hand for the entire hand and then just never finish? Or occasionally get very, very lucky and pair it up, but
Yeah,
it's
there are a lot
tricky.
of strategies with that. Discard it early before anyone pairs up, or wait until you're tenpai so you can at least fight against a pawn. Erikawa still 2 away.
Oh, that's Tenpai though.
And
Oh,
Mizuguchi makes another
Mizuguchi.
pawn. Waiting for the 6-9 bam, but also potential change to a monster. The all triples hand would give her Hanemon instead of Mangon.
Well, I do wonder if with a hand like that, is it too greedy to try and get the all triplets hand there?
I mean, it really just depends on if you think the weight is good or not.
I suppose,
6-9
yes.
bam weight probably looks pretty dangerous to her discard, so if they both have the same chance of not being discarded, then usually I think you want to go for the wider weight so you have a better chance at drawing it yourself.
And we do see them get that 8 so and refuse the pair weight. Interesting.
Yeah, in the first hand of the game, let's just get the Mangon banked and get a lead starting out. Mizuguchi is in the west seat. So she's, later in the game, if the clock does end up running out, she's gonna need the points in the bank. So maybe thinking about that as well, and deciding not to be greedy.
I like the
Inomata decides to hold on
the
to the
safe
Dora
tile.
as an actual safe tile,
That way,
since
when
it's
it's
been
actually
pawned.
the safest tile in the entire hand.
Right. So counterintuitive. Erikawa, the dealer, just can still 1 away from kind of an eternal 1 away. Not that great of weights in her hand, trying to get to Tenpai.
But there's the 9 so. Very nice start.
Yeah, Mizuguchi will take 2,000 from each non-dealer and 4,000 from the dealer for an 8,000 point hand.
Honestly, whenever I'm playing, getting the first hand, especially if it's a Mangan, just to sort of helps with the nerves so much. It's like, okay, I have the lead now. I can't relax, but I can, I'm doing okay. I can feel good about myself.
Yeah, the only problem is whenever I find I'm feeling good about how many points I have, I miss something and deal into somebody else's monster. Nakano is the dealer. She already has a pair of red dragons, which of course she can pawn for an easy Yaku. Um,
Oh, well, no, it's not. Turns out actually they're not the only one with a pair of red dragons.
yes, now this is what we call mochi mochi when 2 players each have a pair. We especially use it for value tiles that people really want to pawn. And now neither of them will be able to.
I wonder if we're going to see a half flush from Nakano here.
I think actually Mizuguchi may end up. There is a chance that Mizuguchi might end up discarding her pair of red dragons. based on the contents of her hand, there's a lot more value potentially in some sort of Tanyao hand. There's a 3-4-5 Sanshoku possibly, or 2-3-4 Sanshoku. It just depends on what she draws. She actually may end up discarding, but it looks like more she's going to end up going for all pairs probably. In which case she won't need to pawn the red dragon. So she might have the advantage here over Nakano, who Nakano only had, I guess they both have 4 pairs. So maybe we'll see a battle of the pairs.
Utsubar, as people say, a pairs round. Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. Inomata also has a triple and a pair. Couple pairs in Erikawa's hand. She's definitely gonna looking for a Pinfu type hand, except for that one edge weight, the 1-2 waiting for the 3. That's kind of a bottleneck for her.
Well, speaking of a mixable sequence, I do see that 1-2-3, 1-2-3, 2-3-4 that just appeared. I'm wondering, well, maybe we'll see a one. So 2 of them are in Nakano's hand, and one of them obviously here. But wait, no, I'm talking about one man. Sorry, I'm wrong. But yes. Oh, but there's another pair.
Yeah, 1 away from ready with all pairs. The thing is, it's all middle tiles, so it's not great weights if she does decide to take the 1 away. Which she does, and she'll probably be looking to change the weight at some point. Triples up for Inomata, the 7 bam. Now she has 2 concealed triples, 2 Anko in her hand. That was Inomata.
No, still 2 Shanten.
Yeah, she's got 6 blocks, so now she's 2 away. She's gonna have to find a block to discard. Probably one of the pairs. There's a possible full straight in there. I guess she might end up discarding the red dragons in order to complete maybe a full straight. Or go for more of a Pinfu type of hand.
There's that one man for the mixed triple sequence.
Yes, 1 away from ready for that, and now she actually has the freedom to call if she feels like she's not getting there in time. Mizuguchi fills in one side of an open-ended weight, decides to keep the all pairs hand going, and discard an open-ended block. Nakano looks like she's still willing to pull, but Mizuguchi Tenpai is...
So the reach comes out. I was wondering if we'd see a closed hand here just for a bit, but no.
Goes straight forward. There is 1 8 dot on the board in Inomata's discard.
Yes, yeah, Pursuit Riichi BR for the mixed triple sequence, needing that 3 pan. That 3 pin, wow.
Get there eventually.
Yeah. Impressive elimination. So we have a battle. 2 pretty rough weights, but both pretty valuable.
I was trying to decide what is safe against both players, and goes with the one of bamboos. A good draw for Inomata, but how is she going to go for it? She reaches, waiting for the middle 2 of characters. So now we have 3 reaches on the board, and Nakano says, I am out of here. You guys
I think I would be...
figure it out between yourselves.
Oh, there's the... I mean, that's actually fine.
So everybody is just waiting for 1 tile. We have no open-ended weights in these reaches, which is interesting because a lot of times when you do a chasing reach, you want to make sure you have a good weight. Usually the 3... Oh, and Erikawa will win it. She draws her 3 dot.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's risky, right? To pursuit reach on something that you don't necessarily think is likely to sumo.
Right. Usually there are 3 elements you're looking for when you reach, especially a chasing reach. You need speed or points or a good weight. And when you're chasing, you need more of those elements, usually. So it's like a ratio kind of thing. If you're the first to reach, then generally just one of those requirements is enough. If you're second to reach, you want at least two of them. If you're third to reach, generally you kind of want you don't have speed ever, so you definitely want to have at least points and or a good weight. And Erikawa did have the points. She was second to reach, right? Yeah, she did
Yes.
have the points. She ended up drawing a Mangan hand,
Yeah.
reached sumo, mixed sequences, and a Dora in there.
Shooting it right into first place, which is amazing. But can they hold it? It's only 1,000 points.
So Mizuguchi will be our dealer now. Nakano has done nothing wrong and still is pretty far behind in last place now. Getting 2 Mangans drawn on her.
We've all been there. We've all been there. Having that one
Yeah.
game where you're like, I could have won. Ooh, that's a really good draw. But yeah, one thing it's a shape that I personally don't keep very often. When you've got the like the sequence and then a 5 and then a 7, 8, 9. Obviously, you can go for the pure straight there, and that seems to be their plan. But I feel like whenever I go for a pure straight, I never get it, and I end up having a really unsafe 5 that I can't discard.
Yeah, the middle tiles do get kind of stuck in there. I mean, it's more often that you're going to end up waiting for one of the edge weights, the 7 or the 3, or maybe even a middle weight. But when you don't, when the middle weights are the ones that don't fill in, then it's the worst of both worlds. You don't get the good weight that you were hoping for, and you just get dangerous tiles that are difficult to discard.
That is Tempai, and we are going to see a reach for White Dragon only. Oh, wait, yeah, White Dragon only. I always get confused when I look at these streams because I see the 8 man and I think it's a Dora indicator, but it's the actual Dora. The Dora indicator is the 7 man, so it's not Dora 3.
Yeah, I'm always like, which one was it again? When you have to take hand histories to draw, are you? Oh, great! Now I can't even remember which one I'm supposed to write. But you're right, either the actual Dora or the Dora indicator. And I can never remember which one, so it also confuses me on the streams.
Okay, we have 2 of the weights hiding away in Inomata's hand to this Riichi.
I'm
And
waiting
2
for the
more
1 and
hiding.
4 bamboos. I think players still have a lot of honor and edge tiles that they're getting rid of first before they decide to commit to a fold or not. Hey, everyone watching, I don't see enough likes on the video. Can you like it, please? Ine.
Honestly, the WRC YouTube channel I think is relatively like it's growing, but it's small. So any support you guys can give is amazing. Thank you.
Oh, there we got a few. Thank you.
Oh, we see a sumo. The Forcer comes in.
Mizuguchi killing the table.
Wait a second.
3 Uradora.
Ura skilled, right? You just flip the tile you need.
Needs
Just flip the
Sumo,
tile you
White
need. You don't have to
Dragon,
complain.
and 3 Uradora, and as dealer, that will be 6,000 points from each of the other players. It's going to be hard for the other 3 to catch up with her on this one.
I still have faith. I still have faith this could be a close game by the end of it. I have faith. I always want to cheer for the end. Oh, wow. Just what a interesting set of starting tiles.
Mizuguchi, of course, remains dealer. If the dealer wins the hand or that ends in an exhaustive draw on the dealer is Tempai, then they will stay dealer. Has a triple in the hand with 4 tiles stuck to that triple, which is can lead to some really complicated but good weights.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm sure that they'll be able to make something out of that. I kind of love when you see those kind of like, wait, 6 man that early. Interesting. Have to
I
take
know
another
you
look
get
at the hand.
there. For me, when you get all the tiles stuck together like that, the efficiency calculations are pretty difficult for me. So it ends up being like Uh-oh. A
Hello?
matching game. I think, yeah, there we go.
Okay, there we go.
Ends up being almost like a picture matching game. Like, well, these kind of fit in. Just discard the ones that don't fit in that.
Yeah, a general rule of thumb for new players is if you just have a load in that are close together in a suit, just keep them for now. Just it'll make more sense later once you get a bit more information. You know.
Right, both Mizuguchi and I think it's Erikawa have potential mixed sequences here. Yeah, Erikawa possibly a 7-8-9. Or now
6-8's
even a
also
6-7-8.
doable. Yeah.
Yep. Now that she draws the 6 crack. Just 2 more tiles needed to complete that.
One away.
Mizuguchi has a possible 3-4-5 Sanshoku. And keeps that option open. Just 1 away. We call it sticky Shanten. Sticky 1 away. Just needs one thing to stick to anything.
Oh, what a
And
draw.
all the tiles in her sticky 1 away are really, really easy to use. There's so many options for Tenpai. With Mizuguchi's hand, she draws one that is not one of the options. Almost any of the dots. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and bamboos would also make her ready. Erikawa just needs one more tile to fill in her Sanshoku there.
That is Tenpai. Choose to take it, but stay quiet about it. I think that's probably the right decision. It's just all simples, right? So
Mizuguchi has enough points that she doesn't need to really push on a poor weight, waiting just for the 6 bam. And yes, she can switch if she gets the 4 bam. She can 4 bamboos. She can switch to Sanshoku, or even the 3 of bamboos also would give her a Sanshoku.
exactly. And with that 9-so draw, we now have 6 of an 8. I think it's going to be pretty confirmed at this point. If we're going to be going for a mixture sequence, of course. But there's the sumo.
And she draws more, solidifying her lead.
Not the biggest win, but if you're already in the lead, why not just take the points? Every point does matter, of course. We were talking about the huge rank bonus for getting first place, but every point you earn in the game is still counts. It still counts. Yeah, just draw it exactly.
Go into the third hand of East 3. Mizuguchi will stay dealer.
Not quite as almost finished the opening hand as last time, but still pretty decent. We'll see what they do with
It
it.
looks like with the poor way in the characters and also the floaters and the dots, it could possibly end up being a sort of flush hand. Even though it's really far away, all the weights in the non-bamboos are pretty
That's
poor.
fair.
But she does not see the flush, and I mean, still just guessed wins that she's discarding. So we'll see if some of the more valuable wins pair up. Nakano has nothing but middleweights.
Yeah, pair's been
Umemura
found, but we'll see. We'll see.
Erikawa actually looks like she has a potential flush, but decides to keep the pair of 6 dots. Nakano just can't get any good weights. Everything's middleweights or side weight. And now that Mizuguchi has an open-ended, she's probably going to go ahead and stick to a block hand instead of trying to go for the flush.
Does the 5-so tempt you for a half flush? Maybe.
Yeah, Erikawa, I think she was thinking about that. Should I discard the pair of 6 dots now and push for a flush, or should I just not be greedy and try and end Mizuguchi's deal? Inomata completes a twin sequence.
Doesn't make the hand any faster, but it does make it one hand more valuable. So we'll see.
I think it's only one away from ready. She can fill in the middle 5 of characters to Tenpai, or the 2-3 dot.
Okay. Disciplined. We're not cutting the 6-pin. Not yet. Not yet. Probably not ever.
Nakano
But
finally fills in one of her middle weights after 5 draws. That's all it takes, 5 draws to finally get something useful.
I do like keeping the 7-pin over the 8-9. It's one of those things where occasionally it backfires. You draw the 7 mana and you just feel really, really bad. But also, you have that chance for a 3-sided weight. I don't know. I feel like if you're going to make an aggressive play, setting up a really good weight for the final shape of the hand is I think, quite smart. I like it.
In this case, it moves the hand towards a Tanyao instead of a poor weight with no Yaku. So it's double useful in this case. Inomata not fooled by the possible pure straight. Keeps her hand efficient. And Nakano gets another useless tile. Ah.
Yeah, that's doubly awkward because we have now cut the 8-man. So if you did draw the 7, and you'd be free turning and just feeling really, really sad about things.
There's still so many useful tiles that can go with that 3, 4, 5, 6 shape though, so she does decide to shift it to Tanyao and give herself a hand that she can call for really cheap, but it might be worth it to just end the deal of the endless deal of Mizuguchi.
This is such a wide one away, but it's still not Tenpai. Having that triplet though does let you pair up anything else for Tenpai, which is really nice.
Nakano fills in another middleweight. Now she's just 1 away. Another sticky 1 away.
And that is not Tenpai. That was a 6
Also
man.
1 away from Mizuguchi, yeah, but very wide 1 away. Lots and lots of options to Tenpai there. And she also, Mizuguchi also has a locked-in twin sequence.
Yes.
So anything of 5, 6, 7, 8 dot or 3, 4, 5, 6 of characters will Tenpai that hand.
Twin
And
sequences.
she can end up with an open-ended weight no matter what she draws.
So I'd be very happy with twin sequences all inside, but it looks like we have a fold from Inomata. No, wait, no, from Erikawa.
And Tenpai for Nakano, she reaches waiting for the 4, 7 of characters. Riichi, Tanya, Pinfu.
Oh, Tenpai.
In her hand.
Oh, but they'd have to discard the 7 of characters to take.
Right, the 4 or the 7.
Oh no, it's
And
gonna be
goes
Inipatsu!
Ipatsu. She goes with the Chasing Reach, which is not completed. She will not have to pay the 1000 reach stick since the declaration tile was 1 on.
Yeah,
But she will have to pay all the points to Nakano. Riichi, Pazutayo, Pinfu, manga in hand. I missed the Uradora. I did not see if she got one or not.
I do love how pretty much every hand so far today has been very high value. I count Mangan as high value.
Yeah, definitely. There are no red 5s. With no red 5s in the deck, Mangan and higher is definitely a high value hand. With red 5s, it kind of gets more in the Hanemon side, but Mangan is nothing to sneeze at no matter what rules you're playing.
Yeah, it's not been, because I know the first game that we saw yesterday was a lot of very cheap hands. The scores were very, very close. So definitely being able to see some pretty exciting stuff so far, honestly. Of course, Ipatsu is not necessarily what I expected, but when the tiles deal you a nice tempo like that, it's hard to say no. Oh, this hand's already one away. Probably going to have to be Riichi only, but
Yeah, maybe there's some red dragons floating around in other people's hands. She might be able to get a third one. I really like to reach with the Shaba weight, but it looks like she's gonna end up open-ended with the red dragon as her pair. We'll see if something in the dots pairs up and lets her use the value tile.
yeah, it's always an option when if you can find a really nice Jabba. I wouldn't want to wait on the 4 and the red dragon, like the 4 so there. I think that would be
She
a little bit
does
weak.
reach waiting for the 6-9 dots.
You can't really fault that. A turn 4 Riichi with a 2-sided weight. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Do you see a few 6 ends? But it's pretty live right now, so good chance of them drawing it.
And all the 8 dots are being used.
That's the thing about Riichi only. You can always flip
Yeah.
Eridora. We've seen it happen twice so far.
Someone like Inomata with 3 of the 8 dots in her hand might be fooled into thinking the 9 dot is pretty safe.
That's always true, yes. If you know where most or all of a tile is, it's unlikely the person you're battling in that reach standoff has them. Unfortunately, this is the one exception to that rule.
Floating tiles look a little bit dangerous. It goes with the 8 of characters. 2 bamboos pairs up for Nakano, and she decides to get rid of the edge weight, the 9 of characters. And Mizuguchi is out. She says, I have enough points. I don't need to push anything here.
Yeah, that was a useful tile for advancing your hand, but yeah, it's just not worth it. You don't know what the other person has. Just because it was a turn 4 Riichi doesn't necessarily mean it's not got any value. That hubris, I have fallen victim to that plenty of times. Oh, it's an early Riichi, it's fine, I can... Oh, it's a Hanamiya? Oh.
Yeah, we were talking about the requirements, not exactly requirements, guidelines of reach. Erikawa, of course, has fulfilled 2 of those guidelines with a turn 4 reach, with speed and a good weight. And her weight is even better than she knows because of Inomata's 8 triple. Inomata also reaches, waiting for the middle 2 bamboo.
So we see 2 there. I'm just doing a little count because there's a third one. It's not looking great. I don't think they're going to discard the 2 so there. But the 6...
Erikawa draws her 6. And finds an
and flips
Uradora as
Eridora.
well. Needs some
See what
more
I was
Dora
saying?
Ura.
Riichi's always good if you can flip Eridora. Just make it happen. I don't. We've had an auspicious amount of Ura today. Hopefully that'll come to our games and in the future. See what is
Deal
the
will finally move away from Mizuguchi. Yeah.
We've had 6 Eridora so far. 3 and then 3 ones.
Yeah, I think that's right. I wasn't counting, but that sounds correct. We have moved into South 1. Erikawa will get her second turn as dealer. Pretty far away with her hand here. What do you do?
Yeah, I guess you just got to discard the terminal and just hope that... Oh, that's pretty good. That 5-man draw helps immensely. But yeah, there are some hands when you draw them, you just feel like you have to fold from turn one, and I I hate doing that. Usually, my choice is 7 pairs, and I have managed to make 7 pairs hands from 0 pairs before. It's not good. I don't think it's a correct move, but when my hand has been that bad, I'm just like, okay, I'll discard some tiles I think are going to be dangerous later on, and then have pairs of safe tiles to fold with. That's a bad strategy. I wouldn't recommend it, but it has worked for me in the past.
It's a necessary strategy. We used to have a board of draws. If you had 9 terminals and 9 types of terminals, then you could declare an abortive draw and kind of start the hand over. But since we can't do that anymore, you have to have a strategy for your hand when it's just, 5 away from ready.
Very true, yeah. Oh, I wonder if we're going to be seeing a flush there from Inomata. They do need a lot of points, so trying to get that 3 hand for a closed flush would be very, very strong.
Nakano says I have good shapes. I'm not gonna push a Yaku. I'm just gonna go with efficiency. And Inomata is definitely pushing this. Inomata needs points, so she's definitely gonna be looking for any Yaku she can add to her hand. Her value.
Exactly.
Nakano with the double south pairing up.
One away. Are they in the south seat? They just trying to think if they have pin through there.
Mata hoping for any of the winds. Just pair up any wind. Any wind so I can push this hand, she's thinking. Now, first of all, Nakano's hand, it looks like probably her double south is going to end up as a pair in her hand. Probably looking to shift something so she can get a pair somewhere else and use that. The double winds are worth so much.
9-man just triggering maybe a little bit of an alarm bell there. Being the Dora, of course. You don't want to play Dora, so they choose to cut the honor tiles instead of going for the flush. But then, if you can get 2 Dora, it's worth the same as an open flush, so just win with Dora 2. Just draw a second one.
Yeah. Yeah, pairing up the Dora is the fastest way to get to the 2 Han. Generally, when you're building a hand, you want to have, 2 Han. You sometimes end up having to reach with no Han, with no Yaku. But when you're aiming to build value in your hand, you generally want to aim for 2 Han, and pairing up the Dora is the fastest way, the fastest ticket.
Yeah, exactly. I do like how just after I said that, literally the turn afterwards, the Dora did get cut. But yes, exactly, yeah.
Erikawa finds no help. Nakano did find some extra tiles in the characters. She might get a full straight. She might be able to use that 7 characters for pairs so she can pull in the double south.
Like that south might come out soon. Right here from Inomata. Oh, no. They're committing to their flush. Okay. I was wondering if the 7-8 pin would have been too tempting to keep and start discarding the other honor tiles in the hand. Is temp by 4 potential pure straight if they get that Dora 9 man.
Yes, 3, 6, 9. Wait.
With that reach tile being 7 man, it is. Wait, hang on. Are they free 10? They are free 10. They discarded 3 man.
Favorite strategies, especially when you have a 3-sided weight. Get the other people off their hands and let me draw in peace.
Yeah, it's one of the situations where when your hand is worth that much, especially if you get that Dora 9 for the pure straight, it's not necessarily a bad thing to reach well for E10.
Gawa, she's too tempai.
Yeah, I'm not blind, that is a 3 man, right?
Trying to hold on to her deal.
Mm. it definitely makes sense. We only have 2 of those, and this is their last one, so...
Since she did chi the 7, 8, 9, she doesn't have a yaku, so she's really just going for the tenpai at the exhaustive draw.
See a third player now, Tenpai. I think they have a yaku. Wait, no, it's the same. We're talking about the same person. But yes, it's exactly.
Wait, she wasn't tenpai? Was she not?
Well, there was a second
No, it's
call.
not. It's
so...
not the same person. No, that was Mizuguchi
Okay.
that called. Yeah, Erikawa has called once, and Mizuguchi has called twice.
So 3 players, Tenpai.
Yeah, Mizuguchi does have her yaku with the tanyao. So she can win on the 2 dot or the 8 at bamboos at this point.
The Tuso is looking very suspect to that reach, though. I hadn't thought about it, but we actually only see 1 Sozu discard from that Itsu straight reach. So Sozu must look really, really suspect. The 2 has passed. That rules out the 3-4 shape, but doesn't rule out the 5. Sorry, it's the 6-7.
Folds her tenpai, so she will likely not be able to collect points if the hand does end in draw.
Just that awkward moment of, okay, I don't want to fold. Does this deal in?
It was a fresh, or we call it shompai, a tile that had not been seen on the board at all. Is kind of scary to a double, or to a reach to the player that's sitting in the double south seat, but she pushes it.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see a player. Well, they are, in fact, they did have a pair, so they could have been waiting on it quite easily. Oh. No, they're not going to deal at this point. I very much doubt it. I think everyone here is going to be second to Cholo. I like that.
She
I like
draws
that.
at the very end, draws the 9.
The best side.
It's not only the highest for her yaku, it's also a dora. Nitsumo Itsu Dora. She will get another mangan.
Yeah, there are no small hands today. The Urador have made sure of that.
If you're just learning the yaku, she does not get Pinfu, even though it was an open-ended all sequences hand, because the south is her seat wind, so does not count.
It's also the round wind right now as well, so it double doesn't count.
It double doesn't count.
Flurry 10, exactly. I like that. I like that.
Nakano's dealer starts out with a pair of green dragons. This time it's not Mochi Mochi, so she could potentially call to keep her turn at dealer. She is within range of taking first place away from Mizuguchi.
Erikawa does have a pair of Yakuhai, those Souths, and I do think they would be willing to call it. It might be one of these situations now where perhaps the players are... Whenever I'm playing a game like this, I don't always look at first place. Sometimes you got to look at second and third and see that this person's really close to me. Maybe I just want to win a cheap hand just to end it. Just to stop them from overtaking me. Maybe second place is the goal here. I know I was literally talking at the start of the stream about how I really, really want people to go for first, but when you've got someone who's literally 2,400 points behind you, maybe just a nice quick hand just to make yourself feel a little bit safer, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah, we call them dodging hands when you aim for a cheap win as a form of defense rather than offense. Quick and... I guess it doesn't have to be cheap, but usually ends up being cheap if we call it a dodging hand. Nakano triples up the green dragon, makes it really easy to call for other tiles if she feels like she needs to get to Tenpai quicker. And also Inomata tripling up the south, which we mentioned was the round or the prevailing wind.
Now, I'll be going to see a Khan if the South is dropped. I don't think so. I don't think I would, but we do have someone with the triplet of Souths and someone with the fourth South in their hand right now.
Yeah, we'll see in pro matches. It's very rare to see an open con called from the board.
Yeah, I expect as much.
Open cons are almost exclusively adding a con to the pawn that has been made previously. It does happen occasionally. Erikawa fills in a middleweight, makes her one away. She chooses to keep South as her safer tile.
Yeah, that con is definitely not going
Possibly
to come out
reach.
if South comes with a Riichi. You're not going to just go, okay, here you have an extra Uradora.
Inomata fills in the middle 8 of characters and decides instead of keeping the open-ended to keep the middleweight on the edge so she can go for a chanta or an outside hand.
I still love how WSC calls it common ends. Such an interesting. I imagine it's a literal translation, but it's an interesting way of phrasing it, I think.
Guys, we never use the full name in Japanese of it's chanta, but the actual Japanese name is much longer.
Yeah, especially when we talk about Junchan being the fully outside version. I can only imagine it getting really complicated. But yes, we do have that tempai for the outside hand, as you say, waiting on the 2-man.
It's actually one away.
Oh, did I miss something?
Right, it's 7-8. She's looking for where she wants to make her pair. Like she has a. Oh no, you're right. It was tempai. Oh my god, I forgot that I was reading the hand totally wrong. I don't know what I thought that she had. For some reason, I thought she was looking for a pair still, but maybe she paired it up when I wasn't looking. I think that's what happened.
That's honestly, yeah, makes sense. So I wasn't paying attention. How does that put the scores in? Because we're now getting to the point where we're in South 3, I believe.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where the players really have to pay attention to the conditions they need to come back into first place. I think Inomata was in last place, but she still has a turn at dealer. She gets to be the final dealer, so she went. Can't remember exactly how much she had, but now she's above 10,000. And when all the hands are Mangan today.
I mean, that has been how it is today, yes.
Yeah, it's just basically one win to get up to the 20,000 range and into third place.
Yeah, as I say, at the end of the day, it was it was actually more expensive than I thought it was going to be. But nice, just cheap hands to be a bit defensive, get a little bit further away from third place. I like it. It makes sense. Very situational. Also, the pure straight there. That's something that I can never make. I can never make the Itsu. And yet I've seen it happen so many times today. Makes me think it's definitely a skill issue on my part. I need to reconsider how I build my hands.
Yeah, you do have to leave some strategic tiles in order to achieve full straights or pure straights.
So yeah, just waiting on the 3 of bamboo there. Okay, interesting. I almost would have decided to cut the red dragon there, trying to make the 1-3 Sanshoku. I know I get too aggressive with Sanshoku sometimes, and it always backfires, but I'm just wondering where the value in that hand is after discarding the 1-man. Maybe the value is just
Fills in
refold.
the 2-dot, so maybe she should have gone for the Sanshoku that you were talking about. But she has enough blocks without it. The only problem is that all of the blocks are middleweights.
I like that, I think. That lets you try and build something better elsewhere. And you can always draw the 6. Not necessary. It's only a back 5 if you draw the 8-man, which we do see 2 of someone else's hands. It's not gonna. It's not likely. We're not going to see a backfire. Maybe. Hopefully.
Gonna draw as a 7 bamboo that just does not help her at all.
Pairing up the
And
7-man instead.
yeah. That'll be 1 away from Mizuguchi.
I do like how Erikawa has got that Dora. It's just sitting there on its own, separated by everything else. We don't want to get rid of it yet, and now with that 4-man draw, we can use it perhaps. But just the idea of keeping the Dora to one side, a special place. She'll protect this Dora. You know, she'll keep it safe, nurture it. It will help. It will have a place.
Yeah, Erikawa discarded the 5 dot. They're locking in an open-ended wait. When the 5 that could be used as a triple or a pair with the 8 of character pair, but she decides we called that Sakigiri, earlier cut to lock in a good weight, and also possibly hide a final weight if she decides to reach later.
This is one of those shapes that I always got confused with when you've got that 2 4 5 6 6. It's a 4 5 6 and a 2 4 6, but it's hard to see the 2 4 6 hidden away sometimes. I like that they've literally taken the 2 4 6 and put it to one side to order it together. It's nice. It's a really good way of visualizing it.
Also, if you're planning to call the hand, it's better to arrange it that way so you don't give away the other tiles that are there next to the we call it a Yankan, or a double. I call it a double gut shot. From the middleweight gut shot term in poker.
I don't play enough real life Mahjong yet, but that's a really good point. I like that. It's really smart.
But Erikawa also has a potential all pairs hand, which it looks like she's going to get rid of just because I mentioned it.
That North is
And
a very
she
good
keeps
weight,
the
though.
pairs.
Yeah. If you're going to reach 4-7 pairs, a North is a really good choice, right? It's been discarded once,
It
I
is,
believe.
but all of her other pairs are
Oh,
middle tiles, so she could possibly get a Tanya with it. Although the weight wouldn't be as good, it would, with a reach and Ura would bring her hand up to Mangon.
see, North's been discarded twice, actually. So, with 7 pairs, I always feel bad about waiting on twice discarded honor tiles. But it looks like they are committing to 7 pairs now.
Yeah, it's the the endless debate of should I go for one more Han or should I go for better weight?
Oh, but that is
Pairs up the
Tenpai.
Dora.
What do they wait? They don't wait on the North. Okay, good.
But she doesn't reach maybe.
Oh, and the Itsu was achieved. So we have a battle here. Gee, how good is 6-9 pin right now? It looks pretty strong, right? We see 2 9 pins.
Yeah, a couple of the 5 dots are also on the board, so.
Okay,
But we
see
do
all
know
4
that
9
there's a
pins.
pair of 6 dots in Erikawa's hand right there.
So by my count, that is a 1 tile weight. There's only 1 6 pin left. But still, when you've got that pure straight, and you don't necessarily know that the other players have all your tiles, you have to go for it.
Erikawa has possible switch to a Mangon hand, a Mangon Tenpai. Right now she is just 6400 Tenpai, and she switches to the guaranteed Mangon Tenpai with all pairs, 2 Dora, and inside Tanyo hand.
The Knights always feel safer too. There's just a nice, happy little feeling about discarding a 9 over a 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 5s are... Even when it looks safe, it's Sometimes feels anxious discarding 5s to reaches. Mata calls for an Ishanten hand. 1 away. And Erikawa is stuck. Which tempai do I take? Do I fold? There's only 1, 2, 3 draws for me left.
So is safe to the reach. It is there. It's an option. And it's taken. Okay. Oh, it's a shame. And the 5 so came out immediately afterwards. Oh no! The player who reached would have dealt in.
Redo.
Turn back time just a sec. That does mean that now I have an extra safe tile, and could still maybe get back into tempo if they're lucky. So, we'll see.
Mata's still looking for a tempai. She's anticipating that the hand will end in a draw.
Yeah, it's always worth trying to get that share of the 3,000 points if a hand does not complete. Certainly don't want anyone paying that share of the 3,000 points.
It ends in a draw.
Oh, I feel
Nakano
sorry.
is the only tempai player. Erikawa looks perplexed. We feel you.
I understand. It's fine. We've still got time. Not much time, but there's still some time to make something happen.
Well, since Mizuguchi was not tempai, we will go to the last hand of the game. Potentially the last hand. Of course, the dealer could remain dealer and earn another hand. Inomata, of course, is in last place right now with 11,000 points.
Oh, this looks like it's going to be a lightning fast round based on what everyone's starting with.
Yeah. Nakano went away.
Did this off the table shuffle the tiles? I feel like it's just giving people confused hands.
We're playing on totally fair, totally shuffled tile tables.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. That was a joke, for the record.
I
Let the record show that was a joke. That wasn't.
I used to work for a really big online poker company, and we were forbidden from ever using any words that might suggest.
Oh, yeah.
The word rigged was completely banned.
Yeah, I would not. Yeah, no.
But it kind of makes, when you're doing social media, it's kind of hard to never use the word rigged because people just love it so much. But there's
is fun
just
to
enough
say,
people
but
that won't take it as a joke. This brings Inomata to 1 away. It's kind of like I wanted to go for the flush, but you gave me this 2-dot. Grr.
like there'd even be 7 pairs. I know we don't. I know 7 pairs has had a great track record today, but it's 1 away for that too.
Discarding the green dragon, she does keep her options open for the 7 pairs hand, but I don't know. I think she was kind of contemplating maybe discarding a dot and possibly keeping the flush options open, but decided to be a grown-up and discard the green dragon instead. Efficiency over score.
Discipline.
Gun
It's hard.
also
It's hard
went
in Mahjong,
away.
especially when you just really want to get that win.
Went away with lots of open-ended options and also changing options with the 55566 of characters all stuck together.
Yeah, any triplet does it, but also you can discard the triplet down to a pair and get a secret space. Wait, it's so wide.
And I totally missed Mata's call. Because What did she have there? I think it's a honor tile.
I believe so. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Which one? Mm, North?
Okay. So it wasn't actually on a tile, it's just south only. But that still it makes sense, I guess, if you're in last place and you just want to try and keep your last leadership at all costs. I suppose that maybe is like a last minute panic play. But if you do get to win the hand, you get to keep going. The game won't end. Okay, it was a west. Awesome, thank you.
Okay. That's it. I was trying to count the tiles on the board. I only see one north, so I thought it might be a... Well, they're practically the same for her.
That is definitely also true. We do have the reach stick and the Honba, which, as last dealer, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. And it might not feel good, but it's the best choice. A little backfire on discarding that 8 man. Could have had the 6, 7, 8. And that's a fault, I guess, from here on in, which makes sense. Given that they are in the lead, they don't need to win this hand, they just need the hand to end peacefully. And there's the big Senpai. Getting that twin sequence.
Looking to move up to, like we said, moving from third to second place is a much bigger jump than fourth to third. So she will be happy even if she cannot get the first place. Taking the second place would be massive for the team score. Of course, the Inomata does it. She wins the hand and continues her deal.
You know what? That's actually huge, though. With 2 reach sticks on the table, according to the overlay. So that's an extra 2,000 points. It might be a cheap win, but it adds up. It adds up. So the time limit for each match is 80 minutes. Once that time limit is reached, there will be the rest of the hand and an extra hand after that. So, you never know. This could go to the time limit if they keep winning. And what have they started with this time?
I think we got another cameo from Nara, who was the winner of the World Reach Championship. I'm not sure if that was him or not, but I did see him lurking around in yesterday's broadcast.
Yes, please do call out Mahjong celebrities if you see them in the background. Okay, once again, Itsu, potentially. I'm seeing it now. Just needing the 4 and the 7, so...
Just gotta start applying that to your own game.
Gonna have to start, yeah, exactly. I'm gonna have to start, I guess, tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna have to try and build some Itsus.
I think that when you're playing with red 5s, then it becomes a lot less important, but when you only have the indicated Dora, the Omote Dora, as we call it, then it becomes a little bit more important to build hands. When you start playing things like JPML rules, when there's really only one Dora and no chance at Ipatsu or Ura Dora, then it becomes even more important. And a lot of these pros are JPML or Saikouisen pros, which both leagues have rules like that they practice. So you start seeing a lot more potential Yaku.
I'm used to playing with no red 5s, but like no Kandora, no Uradora. That's gotta be weird. I should try and get some people together and try that rule set sometime.
Yeah, it is a little bit weird at first, but I think it's really good practice for building hands. We actually practice on Tenho sometimes. Alright, I guess we can talk about some hands. Inomata went away from ready with a potential 3-sided weight, which would be great for her to try and continue her deal.
Yeah, with that pair of
Nakano
eats as well, I
also.
think. Do
Good.
you think they're going to pawn the east the second it comes? Or do you think it's
I
too
mean,
early to snap call?
well, that's how she played the last hand. It would be Tenpai as well with Pawn 10, then I
Well,
think
that's
you
Dora
definitely
2 as
shoot.
well, so yeah, okay. I think the
She
second Dora there
just.
changes everything.
Yeah, she decided to give up the 3-sided weight and keep the value. Nakano also went away from ready with essentially 2 open-ended weights. She's hoping to fill in one of the Ryankan
That is Tenpai
weights.
Mizuguchi, though, choosing to stay quiet with just a nice little pin fu. But obviously, if they win it does end the game. So, staying stealthy with that, really, really nice, really smart. Waiting on 4-7, so.
Yeah, and Inomata's definitely going to go
Oh,
for it
there's a
no matter.
7,
And there
so.
it comes out from Erikawa.
It's not worth many points, but it doesn't have to be. Yeah, that ends the match with them in first place.
And it is just enough to put Erikawa just under Nakano. So that's a huge drop from second place to third place for Erikawa. Like we said, the difference between second and third is 20 points. Whereas the difference between third and fourth is only 10 points. So second place, Nakano with 21,700 points. Third place, Erikawa with 21,500 points. And fourth place was Inomata, ending in 16,300, trying to rally at the end. And just did not get there. At least not fast enough, with Mizuguchi winning the table from the Mahjong Soul team.
You were talking earlier yesterday about how stoic a lot of the players have been, even when they've not had the greatest results. But that was definitely a sort of disappointed look there from fourth place, sadly.
I mean, when you're only one away from ready and all you have to do is just win any hand to remain dealer, it's frustrating to say the least. To
Yeah,
say the very
exactly.
least.
Just when you have that chance, because Mahjong's a game about creating opportunities. Sometimes you can make the opportunity with skill, and doesn't come along, unfortunately. But yeah,
Yeah, we started out with so many Mongons in that game.
there were
Pretty much
so many
everything
wrong
was
ones.
worth 8,000 or more until we got to the very end. And I think that you'll see that sort of pattern in pro matches a lot in the beginning. In the East round, there's going to be a lot bigger hands. People are building, trying to build value and get leads going into the South round. And then when they're trying to keep those leads and other players are trying to just keep their deal, you'll see a lot of smaller hands and faster hands.
Yeah, Mahjong is definitely, it has phases, and the end game is probably where I think I struggle the most. When you either need a load of points or need a specific amount of points, or best case scenario, you're in the lead, but now you're just kind of scared that other people they're coming out for you, and especially at a high enough level, you won't see someone just take a cheap win and end the game. So if people are gonna have a hand, it's gonna be big enough to overtake you, and it's always scary being in all last. I think sometimes, but yeah.
All right, yeah, but that was the excitement that we were hoping for. I think right until the
Completely.
very end, everyone had reasons to push their hands. What more could you ask for?
And we had a reversal. Granted, not between first and someone, but second and third swapping places right at the end.
Yeah, and like we said, if you're just joining in, the UMA for this game is -20, -10 for fourth and third place, and +10 and +20 for second and first place. First place is, of course, also has an Oka, so they end up with +40 over the 30k base points. But yeah, the jump from third place to second place is double the jump from fourth to third place. So that's a huge, in a way, it's a huge win for Nakano. She did nothing and was able to, I mean, she tried to do something, but she was not able to win the hand, but she was still able to jump up into second place.
By not
Thanks to
giving in,
Mizuguchi's stealth Pinfu
gets you
hand.
20,000 points in game. That is as you say, that's huge. Like that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I think we'll take a short break. I'll come back in maybe 3 or 4 minutes. Just going to reset some things and get ready to introduce our next commentator. Welcome back. If you are just joining us, I am Jenn, and make sure you also follow me. I am Mahjong Jenn everywhere. Twitter, Twitch, streaming things, posting things, posting mahjong things, and I also do study sessions in my Discord. But this is it for me today. I'm going to go ahead and pass the baton to Nathanael, a professional commentator in my mind, mostly commentating on American Reach Mahjong League games, which is where I have also been lucky enough to be allowed to practice commentating. So I will leave it to Alex and Nathanael. Thank you guys, and good luck.
Thank you so much, Jen. Definitely always a pleasure to get your expertise in these broadcasts. And Alex, it'll be a good opportunity for me to commentate with you for the first time. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely follow Jen. Jen was great. And yes, the first time we've ever done commentary together. AML is a thing that I watch it a lot, actually, honestly. It's like usually starts around about 2 a.m. my time.
Oh, wow.
But the amount of times that I just tune in because it's just it's nice to watch.
Yeah, it's been a league that's been going on for a few years now, and I was lucky enough to start the broadcasts there and have been kind of taking that forward for this entirety of the ARML. It's been a lot of fun casting there, and having Jen join us on those broadcasts has been a real treat. And so it's really exciting for me to be able to commentate the Yukan Fuji Cup. You know, when my first introduction to professional Mahjong gameplay was watching Jenn and Garth do commentary of a professional series, and I thought it was so cool. I got some instant, pro players who I enjoyed watching, and I've been kind of following them ever since. And now I get to be part of sharing the professional scene with the rest of the world. So I'm really excited.
That's awesome. Yeah, AML's been like kind of an inspiration to me as well. Just in terms of actually trying to like run more Mahjong events in the UK from this side of the pond. So it's cool, and absolutely, I think the first Mahjong Pro that I ever watched was Danny. But yeah, absolutely, just what an amazing community I'm honestly blessed to be a part of.
Absolutely, really grateful to WRC for their work in pressing forward and sharing Mahjong all around the world, and not just with this commentary of the Yukan Fuji Cup, but also a number of other endeavors, including, say, the World Riichi Online Team League that's just started up.
Are you in the team? Are you on the team?
I am on a team. I signed up rather late. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to commit the time to go, but I ended up finding a few people, and we made a team, and had a lot of fun that first Saturday morning, and we'll be back at it tomorrow morning as well. It's going to be a long league, but it's been an awesome experience playing against professional players, a mix of professional players and just strong players from all around the world.
I'm not gonna lie, I was also a late entry into the team league, but I've enjoyed it so much. I think every table I was on last week had at least 2 professional players.
Same, absolutely.
So it's intimidating, but also really, really exciting.
Yeah, I think my favorite moment from day one was the final game. I was against 3 professional players, and I was having an awesome game. I was in first place at something like South 2, South 3. One of my Shimocha, the player on my right, dealt into the player on the left for Suiso. And the game just ended with me in second. But I was so wowed. It's like, I knew that hand looked suspicious. I wasn't expecting Yakuman though. It was such an exciting moment.
It's always good when you get a gut feeling sometimes. It's just like, yeah, I don't trust that at all.
I was really fortunate to have called because the turn before the deal-in tile was drawn, because I would have drawn that. I would have certainly discarded it for the deal-in. So it was a very lucky moment for me.
Incredible, yeah. I guess we should also be talking about the protest, right? Is that something you're interested in?
Yeah, I am.
Becoming a WRC pro?
It certainly is nice to have, the opportunity to practice against the pros in this team league, and then now the opportunity to become a pro yourself with the upcoming WRC pro test, giving the opportunity for certification to anyone around the world. Actually, it's really a really exciting opportunity. I know a lot of people in the U.S. in particular are studying up and preparing for whenever that comes out. I imagine there's going to be a lot of interest in the UK and other places around the world too.
Absolutely. Yeah, I hear talk about it all the time. Like Jen was saying how she was making the test, like as we speak. But there'll be like study sessions, so you can revise for the test. But it should be really exciting.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Get your Shinsu trainer on. And
Is there anything else you want to shout out before we start game 2?
no, just make sure everyone to like the channel, subscribe. It gives us a little bit wider reach if you do. So it really helps us out. Really would appreciate that. That being said,
So,
I think we are just about ready for game 2, huh?
let's have a look at who's playing. Let's actually go look at the teams again, just to be, in case anyone's coming in now for game 2, and we want to know who's playing.
Sure. So we've got the 4 teams up now. Of course, we saw in the last game rather, everyone had a great battle. I know I personally was not terribly surprised, but really found it interesting to see Mahjong Soul Jantama have a team in this league. And that's in the upper middle of our screen. New Jenna.
Very, very well winning game 1 too.
Absolutely. New Jenna as well. Team Janrin and All Green. Should be an interesting battle in game 2. And who do we have playing for these teams in game number 2?
All the players swapped out. It looks like they have. So for Team All Green, we have Sonoka Maita, going to be the starting dealer for this round. For Team Janrin, we have Rumi Nikaido, who I recognize that name. I don't watch that much online. I recognize that name.
Absolutely, a very popular name, M Leaguer, and of course, well known in the West, in the US. I know there's a lot of fans of the Nikaido sisters.
Exactly. I think we might see the third one in game 3.
Ooh.
But for Team Mahjong, so we have Hinako Umemura. And for the new Jenny, no, wait. There it is, new Jenny. Yes, got it right this time. We have Misaki Hanamiya. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to seeing how these players not only play, if their styles are going to be different to their previous person, but how they're going to sort of react to the events of game 1. Are they going to try and like make up for a loss, or like dial it back a bit, or are they just going to go all in? Well, I'm curious.
That's very true. Very excited to see. We saw massive hands in that first game. We'll see if that continues in game number 2.
Good luck, everybody.
Looks like they are preparing.
I do like the uniforms, by the way. I didn't mention this in game 1, but I definitely am enjoying the themed uniforms for all the characters, for all the players here.
Absolutely, it gives a nice team feel that you're all in this together.
Yeah, you're part of something bigger. It's nice. Yeah.
Nice we get to see all the players, and also the players in the background, everyone playing their game 2 as we dial into this one.
Yeah, we've got to remember that there are, I believe, 64 teams? And even if only half of them are playing in the evening slot, which is what we're casting now, that's still a lot of tables.
All right, well, it's going to be like our first dealer for Team All Green. Looking around at the high pie, these are okay. We'll see if they can improve. 9 door is a little bit awkward to start. Less easily used in hands, but if you draw a pair or a triplet, your hand can get very expensive very quickly.
Absolutely. One thing to keep in mind for people looking at the overlay, I know it's just faded away now, but I think the triangles mean that they are down points, right?
That's right. At the scores we can see, for example, our first dealer, Maita, is got that triangle 33.7. That means negative 33.7. And Hanamiya in South Seat, negative 18.5. For the team. For the West Seat player, positive 1.7. And of course, we saw Team Mahjong Soul win the first game for positive 50.5.
Obviously, that's going to change very quickly, I'm sure, within this first hand even. Actually, but yeah, just good to know where people stand going into the first hand here. Anyway, what do we see?
Now for all greens, looks like a lot of green in that hand, a lot of Sozu tiles, but we cutting away from the 9, so not the most efficient keep in the hand. Maybe you can think about drawing towards the straight, the Itsu, but it seems more efficient to keep the other tiles. Yeah, you've definitely been keeping an eye out for that one.
I have been, honestly. I don't know why. It's just jumped out. But yeah, I think, honestly, the 6-line gap is... If we're going for speed over value, then that's definitely the right thing to cut, I think.
One away for Tenpai there, and here, this is improving as well. Maybe we could even build towards a 2-3-4 Sanshoku for Nikaido.
Speaking of Sanshoku, I do see a potential 7-8-9 here for Umemura.
Definitely valuable given that the 9-mon is the Dora.
It's a bit of good fortune to make really happen, but we'll see. It's worth going for. It's worth thinking about.
Safe tiles held, 3-pin cut away from. Still a great shape, and in the event that we need to defend it in the future, so you don't have tiles to do so. Wow, the Sozu tiles building up now.
You were talking about the Chinitsu trainer earlier. I feel like this is going to be an exercise right here.
We might be put to the test soon. Fortunately, all the tiles on one side. Or maybe that makes it more complicated. We'll see. Ooh, a little bit of a miss on the 4-mon, but it's okay. We're going for the big value.
So we're passing on the potential triplet. Trying to just confirm that 7-8 to be a sequence, rather than offering the option of tripling up the 8 so or 8-man there. It's an interesting decision.
I know,
but worth going for. I do wonder what we're going to see with that 5, though.
Yeah, I anticipated coming out. Oh, that's the wrong one. We wanted the 8 so, but that's okay. We are 1 away now.
Yeah, cutting the west first, just to keep that dream alive. What if we did draw 8 so in the very next draw? Ooh.
It's back.
Interesting. It's returned, but now we kind of want it.
All right, and maybe we can build towards that straight. Now that we've drawn the 9, so the 8 so fills in the 7-8-9 shape. Nikaido 1 away from Tenpai. Oh, there's the 7-pin. So this is a Tenpai. We're going to see a Riichi from Umemura.
On 4-7. It's got a Dora. It's Reach pin for Dora. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Absolutely. Sanchoku is great, but the fast Tenpai is even better. Oh, Tenpai. We're going to see an immediate chase. Riichi Tanya.
I see your Riichi pin for Dora, and I'll upgrade it with Riichi all simples Dora. Wow, actually, the Dora wasn't there.
Oh,
but still. How about no? Ipatsu Sumo. Wait, was there a call? There wasn't a call.
There was not. No. Ipatsumo with the Ura as well.
See what I mean? Ura today. It's a very, very auspicious day. Everyone is getting Uradora. What's going on?
You called it when every hand is a monk, and that was what Riichi Patsumo Pif Dora Dora Ura. So Hanemon to start it off, and Team Mahjong Soul's off to a great start in this series.
Yeah, taking no prisoners. Right from East 1.
Dealership will pass along to New Jenna. And lots of pairs in this high
4 pairs. Yeah.
It's almost...
I almost don't want to go for 7 pairs because we do see that 7-8 pin shape, but we'll see what they draw next. If they draw 1 more pair, it's going to have to be, I think.
A lot of those pairs were sort of terminal, so you might also consider building towards a Jun-chan or a Chanta, an outside hand.
Definitely, especially considering the 7-8 can still make Chanta with a 9. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
The problem is that the Dora is the 5-mon, and you don't really want to be dropping that, even with the value of an outside hand. So we'll see how that develops.
I feel like players here aren't afraid of throwing Dora, but it depends on that. It depends on how early you get to Tenpai.
For sure. Well, now 5 pairs, and that's
there's another pair.
Easy way to use Dora is just pair that up, right?
Are we going to see a Dora Riichi just on the 5 on there. I would. I probably shouldn't, but I would.
I was
If
sure
I had 7 pairs waiting on that door.
you're not expecting to collect that tile from another player's discard, but you can absolutely draw it yourself, and that will be monster value.
Exactly.
Oh, we're to see an open hand though. All greens, not all greens, but rather for Team All Green, Maita opening up with the North Wind. That is Yakuhai's value.
You know what? All greens is unreasonable, but if we can just keep making bamboo half flushes,
That's right.
that'll tick the box, I think.
More bamboo tiles, so even more efficient towards the Tenpai now. It's Nikaido holding those lure tiles, maybe not 2, 3, 4 this time, but still not too far from Tenpai, and that's another great so draw.
Oh, wow.
Away now.
One away and a huge. Pretty much any Sozu does it, right? There are obviously some ways that are better than others, but
Sure. Such a wide way. You would anticipate that to be the first Tenpai, though.
that's not it. Okay.
Not perfect draws, not absolute perfect draws. Still one away from Tenpai for this 7 pairs hand. And
Yeah, that is the curse of 7 pairs. Being one away forever. Never seeing that. Oh, there's a Dora. Doesn't work in this hand.
right, this hand was maybe thinking about 789 Sanchoku for value, but now that you have a Dora, maybe we'll see a change of plans.
I think that's totally reasonable, yeah. But to what?
Right, we've got our shapes already for a completed hand. We'd have to sacrifice something, and Umemura says, you know what, I don't want to sacrifice anything. I'll just keep my shapes as they are.
That makes sense to me.
Here we go.
Oh, that's Tenpai. Now, the Dora or an honor tile? The Dora. It's a Dharma. So you know what? It's Dora too. So where are the 5s? We see one there. I think the other one was discarded, so that is the one tile that does it. And it is being held.
Yeah, perhaps.
This is also Tenpai.
Indeed. I was thinking for that Dhamma, perhaps you're considering the fact that one player is going for a Sozu Honitsu. They can't use the Dora. And another player has already discarded the Dora. They can't use another one. So if you stay silent, you actually do have a chance of getting a direct deal in.
That is totally fair, yeah.
It's like is that a 258 so weight?
I believe so, yes.
Quite wide.
Unless there's something else hidden inside that I was missing.
There's the improvement for Nikaido.
That 5-man is never coming out, which means that this 7 pairs hand is doomed.
3/6 man Riichi Dora, 1 for Nikaido. No Pinfu, because the south pair is a value pair.
Tsuji the Dora, but it is safe.
Ooh. You have to just jam it, right? Slams the Riichi, but to no avail. There is the don't.
As was mentioned, though, we do not have to pay. Well, they don't have to pay the cost of the Riichi stick, at least.
That's right.
Well, that's something, right? At least you don't have to pay 1,000 extra points. It's still bad. It's still real bad.
It's definitely better than clearing the Riichi, having the tile go through, and then dealing it on the next turn. It saves 1,000 points.
Yeah. You never know. That could be the 1,000 points that gets you a position. The last game wasn't quite that close, but it was almost that close.
Very true. We did see in that last game, second and third place was incredibly close, and maybe that 1,000 points could be the difference in that situation. But in East 3, dealership passes on to Nikaido. We'll get a preview of all these hands.
Pair of Easts. Oh, everyone has Yakuhai pairs. And we'll be maybe seeing a gift giver from Hanamiya here. They have both the White Dragon and the East. Will they be giving some gifts today?
The only player without the paired Yakuhai will just be tossing them out, presumably. And we'll see how aggressively players are to open their hand.
Scores have spread out quite a bit, unless you're fighting for second. So maybe there is an incentive to try and get some value here. Yeah, I see that.
Still West come out. No calls able to be made just yet. And I haven't identified the hand with the door yet. Perhaps that's just buried in the wall. Of course, the red dragon. The tile everyone is looking for. Oh my.
Well, that is interesting.
There's some options here. 7 pairs. You can play for a chanta. You could play for who needs a flush hand.
It looks like they have abandoned the flush and going for that either outside or 7 pairs, as you say. But they did cut the 6, man. So
In the event that it does somehow shift back to Honitsu, or the flush hand, that will be disguising it a little bit.
that's actually something I'm really bad at. Oh, what a draw!
Riichi
Reach comes
taken.
out. 7 pairs. I do love 7 pairs. It's a hand I go for quite often. You may have had to tell when I was talking about how when I have really, really bad start and I need to pick something.
Yeah, you never have
Yeah.
to give up a hand when 7 pairs is an option. And notably, even with the twin sequence in hand, that's 7, 8, 9 Ipeiko, that doesn't count because they're interpreted as pairs in this hand. So
Exactly, yes. Yeah, if it's technically not a sequence, it's not a sequence, and it doesn't count as a sequence.
right,
Exactly.
we'll see
Although,
how.
how's 8 looking? We see, I think, 2 in players' hands, which means there's only 1 left in the wall.
And it seems everyone looking to defend here. No one has a tremendous amount of value in their hand. No one has this, say, the Dora pair or Dora triplet that would incentivize them to fight. So it may be a while before we see this 8-pin tried by any of these players.
Yeah, I honestly, when the scores are as close as they are between 2nd and 4th, you don't want to be the person who deals in. That could be someone else. Let that be someone else first.
And there we
Then
go.
we can.
First Dora drawn, and that makes things really awkward to press forward.
That's one of the scariest things, though, right? Drawing a Dora halfway through row 2 when there's a reach on the table, because you have to assume at that point that someone else has it. You have to assume that someone else has a pair.
Yeah, when I open up my HiPi, I don't see any Dora. I just assume that every one of the other players has one, even though that's not necessarily statistically the case, but just feels that way.
Okay.
There's a little bit of hesitation when Nikaido dropped the 3-mon, perhaps as if to say, I should have chosen the 3-mon weight.
Yeah, I do like how you can sort of sometimes get like a little bit of an insight into the mind based on. And I feel like almost it's these like the players communicating to us when their hand hovers over a certain tile as they're thinking.
Yeah, I love to see it. That's what I miss from doing the online commentary. Is when you're watching a game on an online client, you can't see the expressions, you can't see the hesitations, and I love to see it here in this professional league.
Okay, pair of 5s. I was wondering what's going to happen if a 5 does get discarded. If suddenly ruling out the chance of 6, 7. Well, actually, it might already be ruled out based on the number of 6s and 7s discarded.
That's right. I think
That would
see
encourage anyone to discard an 8.
all the 6s out. So the 8-pin only deals into a single weight, like an inside 7-9 shape, or
Or what we're seeing here.
double pair
7
weight,
pairs.
or a single pair weight. Certainly limits the number of options. And if players run out
Sounds
of,
like this, like,
yeah, if there's no more guaranteed save tiles, you might try it out, but looks like strong defense coming out from everyone around the table.
exactly, yeah. I think there's still 1 8 pin out there, though, right?
It should still
They
be
could.
one live.
They could pull that 1 remaining tile. Not much time left, though.
I love that little smile as the 9-mon is drawn. As we approach the end of the hand, there's
There
the
it is.
8-pin.
If they're folding, they have like so many better options.
Have we definitely taken the time to think about it? We may have run out of good options. 5 cells to play.
Okay. Which means this hand is going to go to exhausted draw. And we're going to see 3,000 points
Indeed.
to that Riichi. Although I guess it's only 2,000 because they're still, the Riichi stick will still carry over. But still.
Yeah, I mean, we're dealer. We could just win that back in the next hand.
Exactly, yeah.
The important thing here is that retain our dealership and try again for the bonus value upon our next win.
That's the power of Riichi, right? If people don't have a great hand, and you can get that Riichi, especially your dealer. I do wonder, like, how often players fold here. That's something I should be paying more attention to. Something I should be paying attention to for the team league, honestly.
That's true.
If I reach a bad hand, are the pro players likely to fold against me? I try not to reach bad hands, but like
sometimes you have to.
If
right?
I have the option, yeah, exactly. How likely is that to work, or are we going to see players very, very well, so very, very calmly just sidestep the reach and still get to Tenpai and punish me? Because that could happen. I mean, it's happened here, of course.
I saw some reasonably strong hands as the early draws were pulled in, especially for the dealer. It looked like it could progress to a nice middle hand, Tanyo hand simples.
Yeah, with the 9-man being Dora, I think someone had Dora 2, unless I'm misremembering.
This hand is callable for Maita. And lots of pairs here. Still, if it ends up being all pairs, then you're definitely getting a second 9-man, so.
I think they gave up on that with the 9-so discard, though. That was them cutting all their pairs away.
Very true. So the first open.
Still, it's very... I mean, it's a decent 2-away, right? It's something.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, how's that call looking?
Definitely workable. And now a second call.
Okay, still 1 away, but definitely quick. And, given that they are in 3rd place by only 100 points.
A battle of speed.
Could be seen as worth just trying to get that position and then think about 1st place after you've gotten 2nd.
Right, slightly differing goals for Umemura. It's trying to lock in that 1st place, carry that on as quickly, and move the rounds forward as quickly as you can to preserve the lead.
Yes, exactly.
But they do share the common goal of trying to win as quickly as possible.
I was looking at Nikaido's hand just there. Like, there's a chance of Sanshoku, but it's one of these weird things where 2 of your sequences are just 1 away from the 3rd one. Still, though, that is Tenpai.
Good open-ended wait. Definitely the advantage here. And winning even if it's just 1,000 points, you get the Riichi stick. There's also 300 points of Honba.
Yeah, it's always worth keeping in mind. Not every event values the Honba, but this does, right? Honba's 300.
And given the fact that these hands have all been incredibly expensive, you winning a cheap hand is preventing someone else from finding their own big win. So
definitely running interference is huge. Yes. We were talking about that in the last game, defensive hands. Getting a defensive win to try and block the other players. Absolutely. But the 8-so comes out. Is a win there.
Riichi still collected. They'll exchange points here. And Umemura drops down 1,300, but that's still a relatively strong lead for her.
Yeah, sometimes when you're playing the aggressive game, especially when you're ahead, you can sort of look at someone's calls and be like, okay, if I deal into you, I know it's cheap. So I maybe it's worth pushing my own hand because I have not that much to lose, but a lot to potentially gain. So it's definitely something that I try and do. Try and sort of guess the value of the player's hands while I'm playing, based on their calls.
Absolutely, a really good skill to have. And the worry there is that in that previous hand is just if they have hidden Dora, but that ended up not being the case. It was just the cheap 1,000 points. Here we are in East 4, Umemura, the dealer. Relatively strong high. These shapes are reasonably good. Perhaps another simples hand.
List.
I saw the green dragon pair for Hanamiya. In last place, I think you're a little less incentivized to open up too eagerly, but it's still just East 4.
It's one of these things where, obviously, when you're playing with red 5s, you just go for it anyway, because odds are you'll probably pull in at least one more Dora, but...
That's true.
This rule set, it's you don't want to make 1,000 points, especially when you're making multiple calls just for that. You need some value from somewhere else, if you can get it.
And notably, second green dragon comes out. Also, I thought that 6-mon discard was very interesting a couple discards ago from Hanamiya. It looked like she's thinking about 7 pairs, setting up an early Tsuji trap. We noted that she passed both of the calls with the green dragon, so definitely looking for more value out of this hand.
I do feel like that's one of the good secrets about... One of my favorite secrets I like to tell people when you're going for 7 pairs, it's often let's try and think about what the final weight's going to be and plan around that from the very beginning. If people don't twig you're making 7 pairs and you do some Tsuji trap like that, it is honestly very easy to bait out the Ipatsu run against weaker players. I'm sure it won't work here. I'm sure that they will look at your discards and be like, okay, something's up here. Something's weird. What's going on?
But even then, sometimes it's your best choice and you have to drop it. A little interesting now that the one-so triplet has been drawn. The idea of getting all triplets is a little bit tricky given the fact that we've passed up the green dragon twice, so that can only be a pair in the hand. We could think about shifting to a flush in the Sozu, but still need to draw a lot more bamboo tiles.
Yeah, it's awkward. You don't want to really discard a pair if you can avoid it, but you never know.
Ooh, this 8-pin is a really nice draw. Now if we draw a 6-mon or 9-mon, we can slam a Riichi waiting on another 6-mon or 9-mon. Double acceptance of those tiles.
Okay. So maybe we might see, if we pass at both those green dragons, we might see them get discarded, perhaps, as they move to a... We'll sequence-based wait. We'll see.
That's true, yeah. If they already have another pair in hand, they don't necessarily need the green dragons, which can't improve any more than just being a pair.
And worst case, there's 2 guaranteed safe tiles if something does happen. So it's good to have an escape route sometimes.
That's very true. Taking a peek at where the door are, 1 in this hand, but it's a little difficult to use. As you predicted, dragon pair coming out.
It's just convenient to have that, as I say. It's an escape route, but it's also just 2 safe tiles. Ooh, that's Tempai.
And here's the Riichi.
Obviously, Riichi, we are.
Riichi Pihu with potential twin sweaknesses.
Might be the better side for that, absolutely.
A little unlucky to have drawn the 9 instead of the 6. We could have also had Tanya or all simples.
Yeah. That would have been very, very nice to see. Well, there's a 6. Not coming out, though. That's 2 6s that we know about. Let's do a bit of counting while we're here. It's a lot harder to do with the cameras swapping, but I think I see at least 2 6s and 2 9s, so it's not the greatest weight, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think around the table and in the discards I saw 3 9s and all... at least 3 6s.
1 6 and, yeah, so... But still, even though that's 2 tiles, it's still a very good win, and 50-50 for that pure sequence, that double sequence, so that'd be really nice.
And the 6-0 was not 100% safe, but it was in between the 3-so and the 9-so discard, so looks like Hanamiya still challenging a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, you want to weigh. If you can convince yourself that you can get a safe path there, there's no reason not to try. Ooh, hello.
And maybe a quick breath as the door is drawn and discarded, and that opens up other players' hands. Once they start to find themselves in the middle of the table, all the Haku come out, all the White Dragons.
The door being safe and that perfect straight draw there.
Right? You might think about fighting.
2 good things in a row. You gotta love it when good fortune strikes twice in a row. We'll see how good fortune it is, though.
Right,
The 8-so is safe.
9-so as well. Pinzu are safe too. Construct the 2-pin. Let's try to think about what is the more efficient route. Goes with the 8-so cut.
Okay, that's the 4th 1-so.
Oh my. Yukan.
If one passes, the other 3 will pass. So there's a route out of this hand.
And of course, the 4-so had come out, so 1-so's guaranteed to be safe. Unless, of course, there's a 13 orphans, but
yes,
almost certainly that's been eliminated already. Oh no! The 7-so.
That's so awkward. What do you do about that? You just cut it. Okay, there we go. It does pass. Dora is absolutely safe. But I suppose the question now is, if you're giving up on the hand, do you save that for the final discard, knowing it's 100% safe and it won't deal in? Or do you risk that last tile discard, dealing in maybe?
Yeah, I expect it to be Tempai here. Just waiting on the 3-pin and holding that Tempai for the draw. 1-so's continue to be safe.
Yep.
Looks like one more tile to pass. Should very safe.
Yep. It's going to go to exhaust the draw.
Have the 2 players Tempai.
So if game 1 was a lot of massive hits, Mangan, we've had quite a lot of defensive play here. A bit more measured, a bit more calm. If we ignore the first massive hand.
Some defense in this series, showing the strong ability to avoid dealing in and still pressing on you with your own hand.
Yeah, there were definitely points where, even though they weren't quite there, they hadn't given up. There was still a chance that they could have snuck back in. And it's that kind of gameplay where you're able to sort of ride the edge of danger while also still managing to provide at least some fight.
Oh, wow.
Good.
What a beautiful set of opening tiles. Less so for this hand, but dealer.
Although I do see the mixed sequence.
That's
the
true.
1, 2, 3. That's Sanchoku. That's really nice.
Definitely a hand I'd love to see. 2, 3, 4, in my mind, the best. But definitely, I feel like dealer's got the advantage in the early stages of this hand.
Yeah, for sure.
2-pin door in that hand as well. Almost a little awkward because if you improve the lower pin shape with a 5-pin draw, you're encouraged to discard the 2-pin. You don't really want to drop a Dora ever.
Okay, I was talking about mixture sequence there, but we've just drawn a triplet of the 1-so, so I don't think that's going to happen anymore. Still, very useful draws. Very, very lucky to start that hand off.
And not much improvement
you can get lucky.
Ooh.
Every draw's been a good one so far. For Maita. Full green.
I think he's Shanten now, and that's another great draw for Nikaido, who is also improving rapidly. So the dealer had a nice start, but has gotten stuck with these honor draws back to back to back. I think she's ended up discarding every single draw since the first one.
And the good draws don't stop coming. And there's still a chance of that mixture sequence of 1, 2, 3. I don't know how, but it's stuck around. It's not given up.
A beautiful win away now for Nikaido, and still no good draws for dealer. Oh dear, I fear that that hand is not going to be the first Tempai. Now Ishantan. Hanamiya. This is an interesting spot.
I think that's an upgrade. You have to take it, yeah. Okay.
Working towards the...
Not having a pair, it's tricky sometimes whether you decide, you know what, I'm going to just confirm this is my pair now.
Right. I think the plan was to cut the 7-pin and use the 6-pin as the pair, but then you draw the twin sequence chance, and that's just a strict improvement on a separate shape. So we'll take that opportunity.
Oh, that's awkward. You want to use the door if you can. So drawing the 4. Oh, you just cut the door. Okay.
Just took the widest Ishanten, went away from
Two to
Tenpai.
value. I like it.
Oh, that's the big draw.
Oh,
Three-sided
three-sided
weight.
weight.
Oh, this is going to be a huge opportunity. But as dealer, I imagine that Umemura is going to fight here too.
We do see most of the 1-so's, and we do see, I think, most of the 7-so's as well. We see 3 7s, 3 1s. We see 1 4 by my cat. It's like 2 4s, I think. So the 1-4-7 weight isn't as good as you might think, but it's still very good. Yeah, I think it's 1 1, 1 4, and 1 7 out there right now.
I have to think really carefully about this 3-pin. From the dealer position, Umemura willing to fight.
With that 3-man, the mixture sequence gets ever closer.
I'm excited. I want to see it. So close.
Oh.
8-mon doesn't quite
do it.
Still holding for that chance, cutting the second north wind out.
Safest choice.
Oh,
Interesting.
okay. We at least have
that makes sense.
the Tsuji Tuso, and there's some worlds where we end up cutting a second Tuso. We draw the third.
Oh, Tenpai.
With this value, I think you have to fight. It's also a strong weight waiting on the Tuso and the 3-so. Of course, we really want the 3-so.
Absolutely, but you know, you don't say no to a win.
That's right, especially when there's another Riichi on the table already, and you've got a door. So Riichi door 1 is still quite good. You have a chance at Uda.
This door draw, especially after the second reach, you can't push. It's too scary. I just absolutely understand.
That second 5 makes the Tuso Tsuji again, but Umemura decides now's the time to back away. And there's the 4-so.
Unfortunate.
Good fight, but unfortunately doesn't pan out. Will be the Riichi Pihu twin sequences.
Imagine reaching on a 3-sided weight and then just waiting the entire hand for you to see your weight come in.
Whenever I do that, Kanchan wins.
Oh, I see. Oh, so sorry for you. But it did arrive eventually. It got there.
It did. And that will close the gap a little bit. And also clears the dealership of the player who was in the lead without having them seen in progress.
That 2 triplets, I see. Interesting.
Green Dragon
I wonder
Dora.
how that's going to develop.
Ooh, lots of otter tiles in this hand. Looks like we'll just be cutting those one by one. After first glance.
Awkward shapes. Definitely a lot of potential.
Definitely.
That's 2 triplets and a pair now. I'm not saying we should go for all triplets or anything like that, but you know, I'd like to see it.
Yeah, keep our minds open.
Yeah, I do like the uniforms. It's very cool. It's very cool.
Oh wow.
Oh hello. Okay then.
Carol, keep talking.
Suddenly we're on for something pretty exciting. Okay.
Tell me what we should pair up next.
Well, okay, let's have a look at what's actually been drawn by everyone else. Because obviously, the other players can't see, but what's likely to happen?
Another fantastic draw.
Honestly, my call out is this could be 3 concealed triplets. We're just going to see a Tenpai, and it's going to be really hard to refuse it. Yeah. That's what's going to happen here.
You're going to have to make a choice, right? You have to decide, say you pair up the 5 or the 7 mod. You've got concealed triplets, and you've got a good open-ended weight, and Tanyao. That's a strong Riichi as dealer. But
yeah, 100%.
At the same time, it's one away from Yakuma and Tenpai.
I would take that reach, and the one time I take that reach is the one time I would have gotten the Yakuma and Tenpai.
Oh my!
Oh, the 6-man.
That's awkward.
Okay, you can take a closed Tenpai. I don't think you'd reach this. Or you could give up on 3 concealed triplets and reach. Oh, okay. So instead, taking the all simples only Riichi. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I think you could also discard one of the so tiles, say the 5 so or the 6 so, and then try to improve your tonki weight, your single weight, for something that's a little sneakier.
But... You don't have to reach. You could just take the bad weight tempai and then get an upgrade elsewhere.
Right.
But yeah.
But if
either way, though,
before you saw the hands, if you said to yourself, would I reach a Tanyao as dealer? You'd probably say yes.
Yeah, would I reach a Tanyao at the end of row 1 with a 2-sided weight? Yeah, that'd be fine, actually.
Quite strong indeed. And we're looking for 4-7 then. 4-7
players instead of folding, yeah, exactly. Gee, how's 4-7 looking? Oh, well, we don't need to know because it's right there. With that sumo, did we flip Uradora? Not in this game. Uradora seems to be less common. I think we're going back to normal levels of Uradora for game 2.
Outside of that first hand, we've been less. Of course, a few of the Riichis have been winning. That was Riichi Tsumo Tanyao. I believe that was exactly 30 fu as well, so just the 2000 all.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that in my opinion. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah, I mean, the scores will be moving a little bit more in favor of Maita.
So yeah, how do the scores look? I was so absorbed in the hands themselves, I haven't actually looked at the scoreboard yet.
Should we up to 27?
Okay.
Or thereabouts. So within touching distance of that first place.
27.5, yeah, exactly. Always good to be within Mangan range of first. That's my yardstick. That's why I measure how well I'm doing. Am I within 8,000 points of first place? And you can confidently say, pretty much.
8-mon Dora, interestingly giving up that 9-mon, that is your Dora acceptance. However, even if you do draw the Dora, it's still an awkward shape. It looks like the other tiles in hand were much better. When you're dealer, you might value the speed here. Oh, and maybe even the full straight chance.
There it is. Yeah.
Ever since the first game, it's now popping up in my head too. Every hand is eats a chance.
It's definitely something that I do a lot when I see a certain Yaku being played by people. My brain almost locks onto it, and then suddenly you start seeing it everywhere. I'm sure there's a word for that. Like when you see something, and then you immediately start looking for patterns because of something you've said recently, or. But yes.
My, that's a great Anko draw. Triplet of the 9-pin now.
Yeah, when you've got other pairs, drawing a triplet is amazing because it just gives you so much flexibility with the rest of the hand.
The 7-mon cut, confirming the 7-8 shape, locking the Dora into place.
Speaking of Dora, that hand is really slow, but it does now have that 8-mon.
Yeah, I think from the first draw, it looked really, really slow. So Umemura played it as a hedge towards maybe like a kokushi or a half flush, with the idea that if things get bad and she's anticipating someone will be faster, that she'll have lots of safety to defend with. But if the other player the other hands develop slowly, then she will have a nice expensive hand if she continues to make progress.
Yeah, that's a hard judgment to make. Difficult calls. Oh, we have a 7-pair switch, it looks like.
Yeah. Indeed.
From Nikaido. Once again, we were talking about those Chinitsu weights. It's getting more and more complicated as we go. Honestly, that's a really good draw, though. That full so is huge.
Yeah, it looks like we can even make the simples switch in the future, cutting the 1. So we're just floating the acceptance around the 4-mon and then in the Sozu as well.
I was wondering for a second there if we were going to see Umemura try and rotate to a half flush there. But we did see them pass on the 6-mon. I think either way it's a bit slow, so maybe it's just thinking about the end of this hand rather than the beginning.
We've got so many 1s, 4s, and 7s here. Looking for 2, 5, 8, so to find our tempo.
I want to see the tile. Oh, I want to draw. Okay.
Pairs up the north wind.
Oh, I see. So we've gone from potential half flush to an outside hand here. Common ends, as WRC calls it.
Oh,
This
door draw.
though.
That's not exactly what we
That's
want to
awkward.
see.
As you say, cutting that one so, switching to Tanya, you predicted it.
Still looking for 2-5-8 so. We might see a Dora discard if something like the 8 so is drawn. Well, maybe these covenants are going to be coming together.
Yeah.
Another
Okay,
4
another
so,
4
as if
so.
this wasn't complicated enough. If we still had that 1 so, we'd be happy with that draw, but...
Yeah, it's about to say, I feel like 4 so doesn't help anymore, unfortunately.
Just
But
ones.
it does cause them to drop the door, though.
And of course, that will alert the table. When you're dropping a door in the middle of the second row, definitely have to be concerned about what's going on in that hand. Since there's no Riichi, you think it's probably just 1 away. But, especially given it's the Dora, unless there's a sign of a lot of value, you're not really expecting a Dama here.
Even if you're not a high-level player, when you see someone discard Dora this late, you have to see it as a red flag. Absolutely.
It's a tile that everyone desperately wants, so then you have to question, why doesn't that player want it?
Yeah, why don't you want this? Hang on.
Oh, wow, another pair.
What a draw. They cut Dora. They cut the 8-man.
Yeah, I think she's really concerned about the 6.
All terminals and honors is worth a fair amount of points, right? Yeah, I mean, just saying. And I know the 6 is really dangerous, but it's a rare hand.
Looks like Rumi's,
yeah. Cool. That South pawn in the South round. Was it by the South player? I'll have to check that one.
I think it might have been Nikaido, but we'll check and see.
Four pin.
And maybe taking a moment to re-evaluate the hands after the South call.
That's also totally fair, yes.
Oh, and then 7. So it was Hanamiya. So the South player and South seat, double value there, and it tempai correctly assessed.
So something to keep in mind. I think people choosing to maybe consider backing off a little bit might be the smartest course of action right now.
No, it's back. The 147 stage just keeps coming into hand.
It's fine. They're safe tiles. Here to say hello. I'm here to give you a nice path out of here. You might not be able to win with me, but I'm here to help you, I promise.
Yeah, and definitely showing a lot of concern toward that the 4th place call, double South. And with the door in hand, that is extra value. And the con!
You were saying we weren't often to see open cons.
The second con!
Oh, the con! Okay.
And that flipped double door on the 8-mon, so this is a Mungun now.
The White Dragon doesn't quite do it, but yes.
And suddenly there is lots of reason to be concerned about this hand.
I'm noticing that the overlay hasn't accounted for the fact that we have 3 door indicators right now.
We don't have the space for it, but it appears anyway. Oh, and the rest of the table on high alert now, just trying to escape
3-man
this.
being Dora, you can't cut it. You can't.
Truly
gotta stay safe.
Unless the 3-man is safe.
It might actually be safe, yeah, possibly.
I haven't taken a close look at the pond yet, but I did come out earlier, yes.
Actually. We see 1 line there. I'll just do a bit of counting for this round.
Yeah. 2 6s discarded, all 2 9s in that hand. So not many remaining.
Yeah, I'm seeing 2 tiles. So it's not the greatest weight, but with 2 Dora with those 8-mans, very, very good.
Be such a big win now. It's your ticket back into contention.
Hang on, is this gone? It's still 1 away. Okay. I was going to say, is this getting back to Tempai somehow?
We have seen an excellent job of walking around, dancing around these expensive hands. There is a chance it pulls back into Tenpai, but 2-mon for now, and we're just about running out of tiles, so 3 is not it. One last chance.
We were safe though. So once again, we go to exhaustive draw, but that is 3,000 points, well earned, with 2 terrifying cards.
Yeah, terrifying indeed. That was an interesting Yukioku situation. Look back at that later. In the end, though, no Mongon value. Only player Tenpai picks up some points, and we move to Hanamiya's dealership. So this is, perhaps you can build another Mongon, and if you win on your dealership, worth 4,000 extra points.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's not Mongon, I'm still not going to complain about 3,000 points.
Yeah, points are
I
points.
think that's perfectly fine.
Especially,
it adds up. It adds up.
Yeah, and especially in a long-term league like this, even if you're not winning first place every game, every few thousand points that you earn does make a difference.
Absolutely, yes. Consistency is key in a long league like this. I know I talk about how the first place bonus is great and you really want to get first place, but just being consistently good. Don't have to be the best. Just be good the entire season. Have nothing bad happen to you, and hopefully we'll see. I was about to say I saw a lot of Dora there. I don't think that was quite accurate. They're going to bring it back.
They're going to bring it back with fewer indicators. Oh wow, this is really strong though. As a high five, a nice 7-mon draw. I thought the hands were looking a little slow at the start, but now a second Dora pair up for Umemura, and all these hands making good progress now. Out of all these hands, which one do you think has the advantage?
I mean, I gotta say, I gotta go for the Dora 2 hand, honestly. I know it's maybe not the fastest, but because of the bravery you're gonna have with that value, and you know the fact that other players don't have that value.
That's true. You
it's
can
gonna make
fight with confidence, huh?
Although, there's one. But yeah, I think sometimes when you've got Dora, it's like it's not a free pass, but it's definitely a motivator. Like, oh, I can push. If I deal in, it's like probably 4,000 points. It's fine. I can push.
The 4th 4-mon to draw now, so we can just treat that as a triplet and a sequence.
Yeah, we're not going to see the 4-mon get can't. I mean, maybe if they draw 7, but not otherwise. I know we saw 2 in the last hand, but that was an outlier, I think.
Oh, a nice Anko draw. So triplet of the white dragon, and this hand is away from Tenpai, looking for a pair.
Yeah, I think I maybe have to reevaluate what I said earlier. I feel like, but we actually have 1 player Tenpai already. Sorry, I should not have counted that out.
That's true. Looking
it is pair weight, but Tenpai is Tenpai.
But the pair weight in row 1, certainly one of the more easily improvable shapes. But we're gonna see dealer draw the Dora and slam the Riichi.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Will we see an immediate chase? No.
I don't think I would pursue that hand, honestly. I don't feel confident enough in that weight to want to pursue Riichi. Yeah, it doesn't really have the value, and it definitely doesn't have the win rate, I think, that I would like to be seeing. Although, now they've played the 4, if they were to reach later, maybe they might trick some people to play 7. Maybe. Unlikely.
Yeah, I still believe that we're going to see a chase if we get do you have an upgrade? Oh, and now we get
that is
a different Tenpai.
Yeah.
Gonna look at the overhead to see how good the 3 looks. All the 4s are held, so it doesn't deal into, say, the 3-6 shape, but it could deal into a Dora Penchon, 1-2 edge weight. Waiting for the 3.
Are we going to see a reach now? Now the 7's come out once already. No, we're going to see someone get played because it's safe. Very good. I like that. It's disciplined. It's defensive. It's good. This is a very good upgrade, though. 6 is surprisingly light, right? But it does pass.
Again, with the 2 Dora, we noted earlier that it has some reason to fight with his hand.
So it's just information, as I was saying, like because you know the other players don't have the Dora. Oh, well, that's not quite Tempai, but it is a very nice upgrade if you're willing to cut the 6 mon.
That 9 is so
But no.
safe. Still each on 10. If we draw the 4 so even, we have safe entry. Oh, but there's going to be
That's
the
Tempai.
Yoko
I do
high.
like that very quick sorting of the hand before you reveal. It's very smooth. I love the way that they can just work like the tiles, and it's just very, very smart. But yes, looks like that is just White Dragon only.
Yes, not the most expensive of hands, but given there was a dealer Riichi, certainly a strong move.
Yeah, 2 Riichi sticks, 1 Homba, I believe, or was it 1 Riichi stick, 2 Homba? So definitely a lot of points in the pot there to scoop up. So absolutely worth pushing.
And given how
Very,
close
very
things
good.
are between second and third, it could be very relevant. As we come down to the final couple of hands, South 3, Nikaido dealer.
Yeah, it's so easy to overlook the little points in the pot, but it adds up. And as you say, when the scores are this close, if you count the amount of reach sticks won or lost, it might genuinely be the difference between positions. But yes.
Northwind Dora, lovely starting hand for Nikaido. Reasonable tile acceptance and just so many completed shapes already. I'm anticipating that to be the first Tempai.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, well, now we've got to make a decision. We can go with the 7-9 and hold the 2 open-ended weights, or we could just cut the 8 mon and have, sort of headless situation, a pairless spot where your tile acceptance is stronger, but some of the tiles that you can draw don't give a good tempai. It'll just be
I like this early on. You'll find a pair, right?
Right, and here we get that situation where we're tempai, but it's just on a pair weight, and as you said, we don't take this Riichi, we just look for a better pair.
Yes, if it was the end of the game, like we were talking like mid row 2 or row 3, then I think the decision would be slightly different. But yeah, there's going to be our Riichi.
3-sided.
Exactly, amazing.
Oh, that's a 7.
There's a 7. But yes, Dora 3. I do think I actually think there's a very real chance that 7 pin comes out.
Right?
When you've got Dora 3, you're going to be wanting to push, and that, yeah, I can see it. I can see it happening.
There's no red 5s, so you know the Riichi player has 0 Dora yet. It could have Ura Dora.
True.
But now...
Oh, that 7 pin.
We are allowed...
Oh.
Yeah, a 4-so or 7 pin has to go if you're fighting. 4-so first.
4-so passes for now, but that next draw, if it's enough to get one more upgrade and it's not around that unsafe tile, we're gonna see something horrible here for one player. Something great for the other.
Yeah, it's extra difficult because this is Umemura who's in first place, and she doesn't want to lose her first place by dropping a tile that the dealer wants. However, if she does nothing and allows the dealer to tsumo, she might end up in second place anyway, but at least in a better situation than if she's the one dealing in. So it's really tricky to decide if you want to push this massive value against a dealer Riichi.
Exactly.
I feel like so much of Mahjong comes down to these decisions in particular, this push-fold situation. And a situation indeed, it really depends on your points, what's happened in the other player's discards. So much goes into making this choice. And she dodges. Doesn't like the look of the 7.
Incredible.
It's still a way to work around this.
Easy, right?
You're right.
There's still a... But the 4 comes. Honestly, with a weight that good, that early, I'm not surprised that they ended up sumoing.
Chitsumo Pifu, 13 all. And I don't think that's enough for Nikaido to overtake first place. but we'll be in touching distance now.
Yeah, that is significant. Even if it's not first place, it's and you don't complain.
Oh, absolutely not. And dealership retained, so we'll see a home ball. And one more chance. 5 Mondora is going to be exciting, I think. I always get a little worried, especially when you have red 5s. But even without, with the Dora so easily usable by everyone at the table, usually encourages more fighting hands. I wonder if we'll get a lot of action in this one.
Yeah, it's a brilliant feeling when you have Dora 2 from one tile. It's a very nice feeling.
You could have nothing else in your hand, but that double Dora will encourage you to fight. Of course, in this league, no red 5, so no double Dora, but
everyone has Dora acceptance though.
Absolutely.
Everyone can pull a 5-man. And obviously that's more likely than, as you say, but we are seeing a lot of shapes around that 5-man. People are going to be hoping to pull a one, at least one, maybe 2 if they're lucky. There's one. Oh, and it works. It fits in.
We saw earlier in this game, I think it was even Hanamiya choosing to play a hand that had a similar appearance to that as a Chitoi. Might be a little bit more flexible this time. 7 pairs.
I am seeing mixture sequence here though. I do like that 2-3-4. It's not guaranteed, but I like the dream of 2-3 mixture sequence there.
We can dream.
Also 1-2-3. Although the one pin goes,
the other shapes
is inefficient. Yeah, exactly. You don't need to go for super value.
Yeah, when you're non-dealer, you might choose to be a little greedy and fight for the value, but you have the opportunity as dealer to just continue to win points in a nice streak. It pushes you in the direction of speed a little bit.
Oh,
this certainly is.
That certainly is. So they're choosing the pair weight there.
And also choosing to not Riichi here. Ishantan, one away from Umemura. There are some improvements that technically this is one of them. That's a Dora.
Yeah, I think at that point it's just time, you know.
Yes.
You've got what you wanted. You waited one turn. You got very lucky. Doesn't always happen, but when it does, also, just go for it.
I had a choice between discarding the 1 mon for the Riichi tile versus the 4. Chose to discard the 4 here. I wonder if that is to encourage other 4 mons to come out as safe tiles, and then that makes the 3 mon look a little safer.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the 4 mon being the Riichi tile does raise flags, but I guess if you do set up that wall, at least it gives some information away that maybe might be used wrongly this time around.
Yeah, the one unfortunate thing is because we've got a 4 mon in our hand, that means that the wall will never be fully built. Only, at max, three of the 4 mons will be discarded. So there's still that one chance that the 3 would deal in, and that is indeed the weight here. Remember, with save tiles, guaranteed save tiles, but chooses the Tsuji tile, and now it's Sumo. Misses.
And that is not Aradora, sadly. But a very good reach. Very good Sumo.
Sumo Dora. Maita, and that will send us to all last. South 3, a really pivotal round as it sets up your position for the last round. The last round, everyone knows their goal. So the play is kind of forced at that point. South 3, you still have a little bit of flexibility.
If not the last hand, then now's definitely the time to pull out the mental calculator. Start thinking, okay, how much do I need? What do we do? What's our goal? I try not to think about that too much until I actually see my tiles, because sometimes you look at your tiles and you're like, this is terrible. But if you can make a goal that actually gets you where you want to be, speaking of not the ideal draws. Wow. Okay. Certain people have gotten very lucky with this opening hand in the last.
So Maita in the lead now by 1,900 over Umemura.
Yeah, they're going to want to make one very, very cheap hand. Well, maybe not necessarily cheap, but quick. One very, very quick hands, just to try and stop anyone from fighting, nevertheless.
And you have to love
We'll see.
when you're in the last place player opening up with 2 of the Dora.
Yes.
Gives you immediate hope for some value.
It is a big target.
Oh, that's a nice draw. Ishanten, 1 away from Tempai now for Maita, hoping to confirm the lead. As you said, you really want a fast, cheap hand, but there's no real way to open that hand to speed it up. So it's going to have to stay closed. It might not even be able to... you might not even be able to Dama unless you draw the 7-so for Pinfu.
We did see that Dharma in game 1, but as you say, exactly, if you don't get the opportunity, you're going to have to either reach or just hope you sumo. I think you just reach, though. I don't think you hesitate if you have a good enough weight.
Notably, that 5-pin got swapped out for a 2-pin, which means there's 2-3-4 Sanchoku chance. If she calls the 2-mon, she could even confirm that and wait on whatever she'd like, either the 7-so or the 1-mon 8-so Champa weight.
Exactly. When value doesn't matter, you can absolutely open your hand for 1 hand of value. It's just the right thing to do. Exactly. Yeah.
So here's a question.
Okay.
If you saw the 2-mon, certainly you'd be able to call that for the guaranteed 2-3-4 mixed triple sequences. But if you saw one of the other chows come out, say the 1-mon or the 8-so or even the 7-so, would you call that into Tempai that only wins on the 2-so? The 2-mon, but also technically waits on the 5-mons that gives Furiten chances. Is that a risk you're willing to take?
When the scores are this close, if I'm willing to fold the hand, I think I would take the Tempai as soon as possible. It also depends on the state of the hand, if that makes sense. Like, are we talking like right now, where you still have time to draw a good weight, or are we talking near the end of the hand when you're running out of time? You still want to be at least Tempai because you don't want to be no 10. If you're no 10 and Umemura is Tempai, the game won't end because they're dealer, but you don't want it then to get 1,500 points or 3,000 points if you lose. That would be terrible.
Yeah, still hasn't had the opportunity to call anything, and in the meantime, it has opened up.
Yeah, they still got those Dora too, and they've got a guaranteed Yaku, so it's definitely very, very nice to shoot ahead.
Hanamiya also with excellent shapes. Isha 1 away from Tempai here with a potential weight on the north and south winds. The south, I think, is once cut, but the north paired up in Umemura's hand. So we'd just be waiting on 1 tile from our vantage point.
Kaido is now 1 away. Again, it's just all simples, but maybe I missed. No, I think it's just all simples, which I'm not sure if necessarily that's what you want to open for when your gap is this big, but I do wonder what I would do in Nakado's position.
We do have a call for Tempai from dealer. Yakuhai Dora 2 for 5,800 points would help solidify the lead. Just waiting on an inside tile.
Brings them to Ishanten for Hanamiya.
How live is that 2-so? I see 1 here.
2. I don't see any in the pond right now, so no one's discarded any.
3-4, they're all held.
Are accounted for. But I do see a situation where we get that 2-3-4 in Sozu from that 2-2-4 shape, and then a temptation happens.
Yes.
Whether you're willing to cut the 2 and take the sequence. Obviously, the 3-so has to come to offer that temptation, but it could.
So not particularly useful here, and unfortunately, I can't call it. Passes and draws into Tempai, slamming the Riichi. And this is big value. It's Mangon value.
Gonna need a direct hit on someone to overtake. I don't think a sumo is enough, right? No, it's not.
No, larger than...
But a direct hit for a 16k swing would be brilliant.
Oh, and we're looking for that last south as well. Oh, it's drawn! but that's Maita who's in first. She can afford to stay away.
Yeah, obviously Maita wants to win the hand just to end the game, but with 2 Riichis out, it's fine. It's fine. We can pass on it. Absolutely.
Yeah, so for Ishanten, if she draws into Tenpai, there might be some temptation. And the South is once cut. You could convince yourself to discard it. But to draw to Tenpai first. And now it looks like we're fully out.
Yeah, I think if Maita doesn't deals in, I don't think it's enough to... Certainly it's going to be enough to actually drop 1 position. I don't think it's enough to drop any more than that, right?
That's right.
Obviously, in an ideal world, you don't want to be dealing in at all. But
assuming that
it's not
there's no Ura for Hanema.
true. I hadn't considered the Uridora. We have seen quite a few of them today, so you never know.
Either, of course, maintaining this Tenpai.
And it is going to be a situation here where we end up getting another repeat.
It's pretty risky because you're assuming that last placed Riichi has built at least Mongon value. So it's likely, even if you don't fall to 4th place, that at least you'll be dealing into drop to 3rd. And we noted earlier that dropping from 2nd to 3rd is a big loss, bigger than 3rd to 4th. But fortunately, she was holding half of the weight, and so it will go to Ryukyoku 2 players Tenpai, and that will change some of the math moving forward. Hanamiya gaining 3,000 points on 2 players.
Yeah, we had a shift in who's first place right now. I think the dealer is now in the top position, if I remember. If I recall.
Yes.
Having said that, that is an interesting situation, though, right? Like, you could have just confirmed your 2nd place for being no 10, but no, go for first.
I think
absolutely, I like that.
Yeah, I like it too. With the Ooka, the extra 20 points for first place, like there's a lot of incentive to take that challenge.
And just being Tenpai has done it, but you have to defend it. The game doesn't end until you pass your dealership, so or the time runs out, one of the two.
Not such a bad opener for the dealer. Looking for that 3-pin to fill out the twin sequences in the lower Binzu. It's not so bad for Hanamiya, but lacking the double Dora start that she had in the last hand.
Yeah, actually, how does that change the gaps? Just getting 1,500 points from the Tenpai payment. We're still not in Mangan Sumo range, but Mangan Direct, I think, on anyone now is enough. Let's just quickly check this. There, I'm wrong. Mangan Direct on Nikaido is enough, but that's it. You're going to need a bit more value than that to overtake anybody. But it could happen.
Yeah, for example, if one of them throws in a Riichi stick, then there'll be 2 sticks to collect, as well as the Honba, bridging that gap a bit. Then the Mangan Direct would work off of Maita at least.
So if you are a new Jenn fan, there is a chance. You still have hope.
Really looking for that 4-mon draw that will open up the value for this hand. Fix the bad shape as well. Oh, but strong from dealer.
Is actually huge.
This is a perfect one away.
We might be here in South 4 for a while, I wonder. We'll see. We'll see.
And then with this such a small gap to 2nd place, we're very incentivized to just win another hand. Get a little bit more of a lead.
If you're no 10 and Maita's Tenpai, you'll lose your first place again. So you have to push a little bit. You can't just sit back and relax. Especially if you get a good hand, if you've got an actual thing that's worth pushing. Honestly, I'm of the opinion that if you've got a thing that's worth pushing, you should always push it.
Yeah, that is
this
true.
This is so tense. Yeah.
Yeah, it will be quite interesting if we see something like another Hanamiya Riichi or a Nikaido Riichi. I really am curious to see how Umemura will respond.
Yeah, absolutely. Nikaido is more than capable of stealing first place from here.
Absolutely. One away even with the current shapes.
Yeah.
With Taeko chance 5, 6, 7, 5, 6 in the Manzu right now, looking for another 7. quite the Monzu we're
Not
looking
quite
for.
it yet, but still not bad.
Oh no.
The backfire whenever you cut that sort of pair sequence, the pair side, it never feels good.
Yeah.
It's the more efficient to keep the sequence because there's obviously way more tiles that can complete, but when you draw the pair immediately afterwards...
It's like, which would you rather keep? The 6-so pair or the 8-mon pair? And the 8-mon is a little bit safer, usually. Tenpai found, though, Riichi, Pifu, Toro 1.
Nothing wrong with that. As I say, we might be here in Southwall for a little bit longer, at least.
Yeah, having cut 6-so as well, seems somewhat unlikely that you're waiting on the 8-so, which is a nice little trap here.
The 6-Os were right before the Riichi, so maybe I'd be a little bit more suspect, but absolutely, yes. It does set up a little bit of a wall there. Some blockers. Oh, now, okay. They take the Tenpai, but they do not Riichi.
Really want
think that's
that Dora. As is, I think it's just a Riichi Nomi for Hanamiya, just not enough points.
Exactly, yeah.
Dora going to Maita instead.
Making a big play, trying to flip Uradora isn't worth it. Just get some more value before you reach. It's fine. Speaking of, that doesn't quite get you there, but I guess a triplet is not a bad thing to have.
Yeah, at least the 7-so is safe. With another 7-so discard, it's only making the 8 look even safer. Keep in mind, the 8-so was cut twice already earlier in this hand. So it limits the types of weights that could be looking for it.
That's slightly dissatisfied. No, not quite a thud, but just the what am I doing with this? What is this tile? I don't want it. Get out of here.
So still comes out Green Dragon safe. Still went away from Nikaido.
7-so not quite.
Uh,
Oh, now that's 2 concealed triplets.
That's Tenpai, and even though there's no
Riichi
other
comes
value,
out. Yeah, I mean, there's always a chance you flip Mirror 3, right? It could happen.
it could. You've got 2 chances for it, technically.
I guess because we've got 555 666, the odds of you flipping
Yeah, it's a
5
little
mans
worse.
the Eridor is a little bit unlikely. But you never know. Could happen.
And
But the was it the 8-man?
the 5-so came out, yeah.
5-5-so, yeah.
Hanamiya just had to jam from 4th place, and Novida flipped, so not 12,000 points, but that is a really big win for Umemura with 5,800 plus Honba, gets the Riichi stick back, and also the Riichi stick from Nikaido, and that's going to provide a nice little bump, a nice little cushion, rather, for Umemura to just hold on to this lead and potentially claim a second victory for Team Mahjong Soul.
Yeah, I definitely don't blame them for jamming it there. Honestly, it seems perfectly fine. When you're that far behind, you have a lot to... I mean, you don't have that much to lose by dealing in a second time. You have potentially a lot to gain if you can win and get out of last place. So, even though it was unlikely, I think it was still worth trying from them.
I think I heavily agree, yeah.
But yeah, if you're on third, then okay, maybe you don't want to lose the 10,000 points from the 4th place penalty, but from 4th, go for it. Why not?
Sure. Interesting shapes here. Oh, remember, it's just gonna go for it from the start. 5-so, holding for more the terminal tiles, the outside tiles.
Oh, I see. Okay.
In some sense, it's almost like a defensive play, because in the case that someone else gets to Tenpai first, you can hopefully escape. I think Umemura's biggest ally is actually, well, outside of Hanamiya, is Nikaido. If she declares a Riichi, then Umemura probably has enough of a gap that she can just bow out and fold away. Most sumos are not going to surpass.
Yes, a sumo wouldn't be enough, but definitely a Ron, or, especially if it's direct hit. I suppose if it's a direct hit, it could be... What is the gap there? It is bigger than 16k, but there are 2 Honba, so it would be enough for a Mangan Direct, I believe, would be enough to overtake.
Absolutely.
But as long as you play safely, that's not a problem. Let them win. Let them end the game. Get second place. Get out of there in first.
Yeah, the bigger concern is if Maita declares a Riichi, then Sumo, in a lot of instances, will be enough to overtake. And so you don't want to completely give up on this hand.
And yeah, even if you just win an extra like 4 or 5 points, that's still 4 or 5 points for the league if you can pick them up.
Incidentally, we just saw a peek at Maita's hand. It looked very strong.
True. I think this is going to be a tale between. Actually, I was going to say that Umemura didn't have anything worth pushing, but I take it back. I take it back. They've tripled up that 9 man.
Yeah, this is definitely doable. Definitely a hand you can fight with. Here's the south. Do we see a call? Dealer lets it go. That's 2 safe tiles, need be, and draws the Tuso. Hang on a second.
Well, hello there. Yes.
This is just 1 away from Tempai.
Are we going to see Dora get cut, or is the Dora going to stay in the hand forever? Okay. I feel like Dora is never leaving this hand. I feel like whatever happens, we're going to either win on the Dora or just not win at all.
I think if you draw the 9-so, you'd be willing to drop the Dora for the half outside with the chance of winning on the south or the Suit Trap 9, but we're going to see Riichi from Hanamiya.
Waiting on the 3 man. They had a chance of cutting Dora, but honestly, they need value. They need value whenever they can get it.
That's right. And Umemura is extremely pleased to see this Riichi. It's an excuse to escape this hand. Maita a little less pleased. And we'll see if she chooses to fight here. I think she will.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a good argument for trying, even though it is risky.
Considerations.
Kaido has decisions to make. Yes. Playing the safe Tuso. But you can still attack. If the 1-so proves to be safe later, and we do see all 4 of the 2s now, so we know they don't have 2-3, then you can still make an attack with that. Obviously, you can still deal into a pair of 1s, pair weight, but I noticed that's actually just completely safe. It was played by 3. Sorry, I missed that. Oh, my apologies.
Okay, 2-1 Penchon clear. And the issue is that it leaves you with several pairs in your hand, so you have to draw a triplet in order to advance. A little bit hard to do sometimes.
True, but sometimes the long shot is the best shot.
That's
in
true.
my opinion. It's better than not taking a shot at all.
One other thing that might be that Nikaido might be thinking about is that, as we mentioned, Maita has some reason to try to play for this hand. If she does deal in for a Mangan, that will drop her down to 3rd place. So if Nikaido just stays out of the way and allows Maita to take the fight, that might be enough to take a 2nd place.
It happened in game 1. Someone dealing in and losing their 2nd place spot. So it could absolutely happen again here.
These draws.
Not that we're wishing anything on anyone.
No, of course not. But these draws are great tiles if you are trying to build a hand early in the early portion, but not good tiles if you're trying to defend. So Maita looks like she's going to be backing away. Continues to draw these Monzu tiles.
Yeah, I don't know if we can justify the 5 pin. Keeping all these. I wish I could see the whole pond rather than just 2.5 players. Yeah, it's terrifying when you feel like you're walking on a knife edge, and one wrong move in this situation is just terrible.
Incidentally, Nikaido is 1 away from Tempai still, so this could. We are getting rather late in the hand, but he seems to be a little bit concerned about the 3-so, as is Maita as well.
Plays the Suji instead.
Oh, there's a Tsumo.
And there's the 3-man. Okay.
So, fortunately not hitting there.
It's still not a bad thing though, right? Even if you're in the last place and you don't win a massive enough hand to get out of last, you're still scoring some points.
Yeah, Riichi Tsumodoro is great. We can see the scores on the screen. Umemura with the 1st place, 37-7.
Mahjong Soul have had a really good first two games.
They have. It's excellent start. Maita takes a second, 29.5. Nikaido the third place,
Slightly disappointed,
22,300.
but understandable.
And some points picked up for Hanamiya. Not quite enough to change position, but you know, when you were in last to begin with, any points are good. And
Yeah, turning a big negative into a slightly less big negative is it's something. You know, it doesn't feel good, but it's something.
yeah, that concludes game 2 of the 3 games for this evening. And as you said, Team Mahjong Soul, what a great start to the Yukan Fuji Cup.
Yeah, I would say Mahjong Soul was the first English client I ever played, so it's good to see them going strong, I suppose. But obviously, I'm cheering for Team WRC. Obviously, we just don't get to see WRC team playing right now. So, yeah.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the WRC team later on this season. There is, of course, a every team will be broadcast, so we will definitely be sharing that.
We'll be sneaking a peek at Jenn's play at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's going to be quite exciting. All right, well, we've got one more game yet to come. Thanks, everybody.
I will be passing the baton on, I believe, to Arthur, I believe.
Arthur Korak,
better known, who was here yesterday and did a great job, I'm sure.
Yes.
And yeah, this was really fun, honestly. It was kind of nerve-wracking, at least the first game, because I'd never commentated live play before. So once I'd settled into it, it was pretty fun, honestly. And thanks for joining me, Nathanael.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks again to Keiral for tuning in. Anything you want to shout out before we go to a break?
I guess 2 things. I do stream on twitch.tv/itsmechiral. So please feel free to check that out. I haven't streamed that as often as I used to because I've been doing a lot of organization of leagues. If you play in the UK, please consider signing up for Jank and Ron League. It's the inspiration is basically ARML, but in the UK, it's a little bit more casual. Instead of, I think you guys play 4 hand-chans in a session.
Yes.
We only play 2, so it's a little bit more casual. But I also think the level of play in the UK has gone up quite a lot recently, and we've seen quite a lot of UK teams for the WRC team league. So I don't know if I'm responsible for that. I think that's probably mostly Gemma, but just seeing so many UK players getting involved, it's just been so good. But yeah, definitely check out both those things. Thank you, guys. Obviously, I guess the other thing is like and subscribe to the WRC YouTube channel to be notified of more streams like this, because we'll be back. And yeah, thanks for watching, everyone.
All right, thanks very much, Keiral. We will take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have a new commentator, and we'll have the final game of this evening's session. See you in a bit. Right, we are back, and we've got new commentators. Welcome to Korak from the American Riichi Mahjong League commentary booth. How are you doing, Korak?
Not too bad. I note that we are just a couple of tiles watching these games.
Yeah, no headshots for us. We've got a pair of excellent talkies to for your Chi hands.
Yeah, so always sneaky waits. I mean, the old saying, honors your Genbutsu, which is perfectly safe tiles. And most of the time they are, and sometimes they're not, and it's always hilarious when that happens.
Well, I'm really looking forward to broadcasting this final game with you. We've done a few games before in the American Riichi Mahjong League. It's going to be really interesting doing a professional matchup, though, huh?
Oh, yeah. Speed of these games is pretty quick because you're just switching around the table. You're not seeing all four of them at once. So got to keep up with the plays and read the hand rather than just that overview where you see all four. Amazing how you just can't see through the tiles. Makes it a little more difficult.
just a wee bit. But of course, for anyone who missed it, we've got four excellent teams battling it out. Of course, on the left team, Mahjong BAR ALLGREEN. Up at the top, in the middle, we've got Team Mahjong Soul. On the right, Team Mahjong New Gene-ch. And at the bottom, Team Janrin. And so far, in the first two games, it's been Mahjong Soul taking both first places. And they're going to be aiming for the perfect 3 out of 3 in this final game. And let's take a minute to look at who we've got battling it out here in the final game. For Team ALLGREEN, it will be Megumi Umezawa sitting in the south seat for this game. For Team Janrin, we have Aki Nikaido, the second of the two Nikaido sisters, will be the first dealer for this game. In the west seat, for Team Mahjong Soul, Akane Asamiya, attempting to complete 3 first places. And for Team New Gene-ch, it'll be Rinka Hayakawa sitting in the north seat. And let's get right to the action.
They have 3 different organizations in this table, an RMU player, a couple of JPML, and a Saikouisen.
Yeah, very well-known players then in the professional scene. In the Western Hemisphere, probably it is Nikaido who's most well-known, but one of the nice things about watching these matches that we're getting a lot of new recognition. I'm sure that these players will become fan favorites as the league progresses.
All right, we have 6 pin as the initial Dora. Great starting hand there for Nikaido. And I mean, you could go half flush with this hand. Doesn't really want it though. Just gonna play fish to see what happens. I mean, all these hands are like, give me that 6 pin Dora. Another pretty solid starting hand. And this one says, well, give me another one because 2 isn't enough. 3 better than 2. There is either Call the West. And that looks like just going for the Honitsu here for Nikaido. As dealer in East 1, you'd love the value to start this off.
And definitely is going to start to apply some pressure to the other players. Once they see the West call from the dealer, it certainly triggers some thoughts. And now that the 6-So has come out, it's an indicator that you're definitely looking for the Monzu now. And we'll see how the players dance around this.
I said value, but you look a little closer at that, and I don't see anything other than just the Honitsu itself. So maybe you look for a con or extra value that way.
Maybe you can sneak your way into Toy in the future. It's going to take a lot of work, though, with these tiles. Seems rather unlikely.
This just feels like it's going to be a pawn and then a 3-sided weight.
Which, honestly, as dealer, not bad at all. You win your 2,900 and go again.
Yeah, if you don't see anything better, and here it is. There's the pawn as we expected. It's a 2-5-8 on weight. And you go turn 5, and if you deal in, you go, oh no, and then you'll see that it's just 29. Like, okay, I guess that's okay.
And no fancy double tone or any, double east, nothing beyond just the Honitsu itself.
And what's really sad here is, oh, there's our sumo. going to be 3,000, not the 29, because of course it is the sumo. And you see the 1,000 sticks pouring in from everyone.
Yeah, it's nice to get a quick win as dealer in the first hand of the game. Start to feel the flow of the tiles and going your way. Even if it's not the most expensive hands.
Yeah, but still, as dealer, 3,000's never a bad start.
Absolutely. It's almost like you're starting the game with 4,000 more points than the other players.
Right, because of course they all pay 1,000, and this time has a bunch of floating honors, and that pretty standard Pinfu type hand. But one of those honors is a White Dragon Dora. Ooh, I like this hand a lot too, though. This looks like a Tanya. We have 3/3 so potential 3/4/5 Sanjiku shifts, and this is just Shanta, but starts with 4. The 9-pin could con any time. I imagine you're gonna wait for the 7 first, because especially with that shape, if you draw the 7 or the 8, then the other one can also keep your Shanta open.
That's very true. A lot of times you see players with an early terminal con choose to make that play quite early, but in this case, that 9-pin actually has some value in this hand since we're going for an outside hand.
And most pushing a bit more towards Junshan, of course, would love to draw the Dora. That's a very flexible tile in an open hand like that. And there's our East pair up for the dealer. That would be a double East. And of course, we have a Honba now, so that's plenty of value in and of itself, but also has a floating Dora.
Yeah, multiple pairs for that hand. One of those hands where, since you have a callable wind, you can think about, well, I guess it's not callable because both of the Easts have come out.
Yeah, so not going to be quite as much value that way, but I guess it's a bunch of foo.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how all these pairs are played. We saw in a previous hand in the second game that the honor pair.
Oh, that's a
ended up getting
fill.
caught.
It's a super wide one away. Imagine the 8 comes out. There it goes. Could just be Tanya. It could be a Tanya Ipeko.
One of those so-called kutsuki one-aways, sticky one-aways where you've got 2 tiles you can stick any tile onto.
Yeah, just 2 random floaters. And even here, you might even keep the 8 here. It's kind of an awkward tile, but there's so much that connects to it. If you get the 6 or the 7, you get the other type of Ipeko you weren't expecting. And we see the Junchan style lock-in here by Asamiya.
Ooh, decision time
And
now.
as an Ishan 10 and says, well, if the East is double cut, it's not really useful to pair. And off it goes.
Yeah, we've seen some caution about dropping the Dora. And the weight was not going to be very good, even if Tempai was drawn, having seen the East cut twice already, as you mentioned.
Well, that's an interesting shape. This is one of those, do I check the Dora now, or are we just going to keep it? And throws the Nanmon, keeping the East as a safe tile, and of course the Dora. This is Tempai, but doesn't want it. Could have taken just the 7 so Penchon, but it's such an ugly shape. I definitely like breaking here. There are so many routes to value. The problem though is if you do draw the 7, you're stuck Fury 10.
As has been mentioned, Fury 10, it's almost like a Yaku because you have to get sumo, right?
Ooh, now that 1-so is an interesting tile because it sets up a potential 1-3-3-3 shape, which waits on 1 and 2. Oh, and here's that 8-pin we were talking about earlier. So you could actually use the 7 now and even call it for Tempai.
Yeah, going back to that 1-so, I think it's especially a nice keep because we can avoid any of the Fury 10 issues.
Well, that's Tempai. I imagine this is just a Riichi. There it goes. Riichi Tanya waiting on 3 6-pin.
Now, those tiles have been discarded, so we look into the other hands to see how many are in the wall, and sans void of them.
Well, we're up to a count of 1 and 2, so that means we have 6 in the wall.
That is super
Wait, no,
live.
5 in the wall because you do have 1 in the hand.
We saw some very good Mawashi, some defense, rather, from the previous table. There's one of those 6s.
Yeah, and the question is, are you ever going to throw the door, or is the plan the door talkie? It looks like the plan is going to be the door talkie.
Dora, kind of.
Not Tempai quite yet. Oh, now that 8's a nice fill. I imagine you just kind of push this one. And there goes the 9, so Ishanten there, 1 away.
Yeah, 9 so certainly playable. It's a safe tile, but the question mark is going to be on the next discard.
Oh, that is
Dora.
not the tie you want to draw when you're sitting there one away. That is very much a I'd go one so and yeah, out. Says this is not worth it. There goes the West. That is still one away. And 2-1 away, and the Riichi is still waiting for that 3-6, which looks amazing in the wall. And we just haven't seen it. Ooh, Dora pair
It's
up.
Oh, Ishan 10.
No, it's
So
not
close
because
to
the 2
Tempai.
was kept. Yeah. Even then, it's sort of been an awkward shape. I don't think that's Tempai.
I wonder if the Dora pair up though is enough to convince her to take this challenge though.
Well, you are kind of wondering why no one has it, and you're afraid it's pair locked.
I'm really rooting for Nikaido also to draw into Tempai just so we can see what type of decision she makes. It's a really interesting one, I think.
And this is one of those hands that just doesn't feel that good. You're like, I kind of wanted to push, but it's not there. And that's an important skill is if it's not there, don't force it.
Ooh.
Oh, are we going to see a con? That is a con of the 3-so. This gives a bunch of foo. We'll see if we get a Condora. It is the 6-mon.
And the tile drawn from the wall, not at Sumo, so no Rinshan Kaiho. All of a sudden, this hand.
Graphic, and yeah, all of a sudden you're like, I maybe would have wanted to push this, and I don't.
At least the 4-mon safe here, so we can just slide over.
Yeah, you're hoping for Sanshuhu, but if it's not there, it's not there.
Notably, that 7-mon could have been called for Tempai. Open outside hands. Door 2. But
I'm just not getting the 3-6. Unfortunate.
oh, well, just draw it yourself.
There it is. That is Tempai waiting on 7-pin only.
And
It's an awkward shape that a lot of people, it has to wait on the 8. No, it doesn't, because you have to use the Anko of the, or closed triplet of the 9-pin, and then you have an 8-9.
Wasn't willing to open the hand and push, but willing to take the closed hand, because this is a full Mongon now.
This is Chanta Dora 2, closed.
For no Riichi, so not going to get it shot at those Uradora.
Well, it's not really worth the Riichi at this point. The question is, oh no, that 7-pin could have been really bad if Tempai would have been drawn at the end there. Maybe played for that Dora Tonki, throw the 7-pin. We will have 2 players, Tempai.
Each player picking up 1,500 points from the 2 players who were not Tempai, and the Riichi stick will remain in the middle of the table. Dealership will move forward. Looks like we've got a Monzu as our Dora. 4-mon.
Yeah, my eyesight isn't that good, but now we see it's the 4-mon. And it's kind of a mediocre hand. You can see the blocks kind of forming, but you just have so many loose honors. You're even tempted by Kokushi there for a little bit, but I think you just play efficiency and see what happens with that. Few pairs here, not too much. Again, okay, this is probably the best hand we've seen so far. Itsu routes, Shinitsu routes even. And this definitely feels like an Itsu. You have the 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in Sozu.
Still the Dora held, I believe, by 2 players. And I see 2 1s and 2 9s in that hand, and I start to dream a little bit.
I think Chinitsu would be perfectly fine, especially in the Dora suit. I know you were thinking of Chiren or 9 gates, but no. We see the 9 is passed, so definitely going to play this much more standard, not going for the full-out greed, figuring if that happens, the tiles will get held back anyway.
The 1-bond passes as well. So much less likely to turn into the flush hand.
7 pins, a nice little draw, gives an Ipeiko shape. Could even go Honitsu with that now.
Nikaido still looking for improvements. That 5-7 Mon shape, not the strongest, but once you draw the 4-mon, really opens things up.
Yeah, all those kanchan. It's just hard to fill a hand like that.
Inside weights just feel a little sad.
Oh,
Oh,
well, I mean,
well, hang
now
on
I
a
think I'm
second.
calling anything. This is just hit button the instant it comes out.
A
Of
huge
course,
pickup
not
that.
actually having a physical button, but especially online players always used to using that terminology.
Yeah, the last one mon drawn really gives a huge boost to that hand. But there's a 7.
Ooh, that's a nice pull. I think this is just ready.
Uh,
Looking for it's one away from regular hand, but you're just looking for the Chinitsu. There's just so much value
no,
here.
no, not this. The 9 mon needed to be drawn by the Jinitsu player.
Past the 9. So may just be playing this as a regular hand. I'd have called that in a second.
Yeah, the shape, the follow-up shape is actually pretty strong. 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, accepts so many tiles into tempai. And I think almost all of them are relatively strong tempais as well.
Yeah, there's some awkward kanchan in there, but man, I'd love to have pulled that 9-mon.
Still, as an Ishanten for a Riichi, this is incredibly wide.
Right, going for the Riichi Dora shape.
Oh, this Honitsu's kind of coming together.
Oh, well, it's one away now, I think. Well, it's definitely one away from Chitoitsu. The question is, do you just sell out on it, or do you just cut the south and play as a way to shift it to a normal hand?
Yeah, actually, we kind of don't need all these shapes unless we're cutting a pair, but because we have 7 pairs as an option, we don't really want to do that either, so just go with the
7
5.
comes out not pulling, so that definitely gives you a plan here. That is not Tempai.
The Dora looks so nice in our hand at the start, and now it's still sitting there lonely.
Interesting choice. You can cut the 8-pin, the 3-pin, or the 4-mon. Goes in and cuts the 4-mon. Doesn't believe in the Sanshika here. Of course, 4-mon being Dora, just not a tile you want sitting around.
It looks like these players have kind of picked up on the fact that it might be a Honitsu. And
Well, when you look at that pod, you get a little suspicious of course, we know there are 2 of them right now. There could be Honitsu or even Chinitsu.
yeah, we saw the hesitation on the 1 pin there. That's already come out a bunch.
Oh, there's Tempai. I imagine this is going to be a Dama. We'll wait on the 7-pin. It came out fairly recently. But it is Chitoitsu Honitsu, which would be Mangan.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any draw that would convince us to slam a Riichi.
I imagine if you get a good honor, you still don't slam it. But you would definitely switch, although everyone would look at your pawn and go, wait, you cut 5, 6, 7. What about just sumo for the Hanemon? That seems like a much more effective way of doing this.
Oh, Team Mahjong Soul seems to be getting out to these excellent starts. Haneman Sumo again, back-to-back games.
Well, that blows this game wide open.
Free progress
Team
now.
Mahjong Soul going for the 3 for 3, and that's going to be a really strong start for it.
And now we're going to see the dealership as well. It's a chance to even further expand this lead.
3-pin is the door. We see 1 in this hand. And maybe a Tanya hand. Pretty flexible shapes. Just an Itsu. I'd be perfectly fine with that hand as a start. Chun pair. Well, a whole bunch of pairs. Now you're wondering, is there a toy route on this? I imagine 1-mon comes out first, unless you want to hedge towards the Honitsu. But with a 1-so pair, that seems unlikely. This is a pretty standard Pinfu hand. Here's the thing: is what are you going to do with that 1-1-2-5? Hopefully, draw a 4 and then a 3.
Oh,
There's the
call.
pull south.
This is a hand with a plan. And we'll see. I'm curious to see if we see another call. When the Hatsu comes out, it is passed.
Well, I might be thinking of 7 pairs here. The shapes are just awful. So even if you call that, you're kind of throwing away your defense.
Yeah,
And
that
I
is
feel
true.
it very much not the way most pros play. I'll definitely see plenty of amateurs or crazy online players that'll take that, but pros tend to be much more defensive that way. That if the hand isn't there, don't force it, even early.
Shunta now.
Well, that is an Ishun 10 for Nikaido. Dora pull in, and now you're thinking maybe I should pull in the Hatsu if it comes.
Yeah, at least when you pass the first one, you still get it. Usually get a chance.
Always the option. And there's our pull, and I mean this will be Tempai. There it is, waiting on the 8-pin.
Ayakawa with
That is an 8, but it's not the right one.
yeah, double Yakuhai. That's a friendly
7
draw.
pretty much fits in this hand. Makes it an interesting shape. Oh, there's a
Ooh.
Chanta upgrade. That's a big pull.
That's exactly what we were looking for. We got the 3 Han, plus if we Tsumo, we get a bump in Fu as well.
Oh, and keeps the Ryankan shape here. Wants to lock in the shape that will need a Dora.
Another strong draw. Everything that gets
Trying
cut,
to play forward.
yeah, always has to be considered within the lens of the 2 calls.
And that is another thing that pros do much differently from a lot of more casual players is they don't generally open very often. In the league that you and I are from, the league average is what, around 36% call rate on rules similar to this, and most pros sit around that 25% range.
That also means that if you see a pro opening, you really think they've got something to back it up. Although I think we've seen an increase in open hands from some of the pros espousing a more open play style.
Well, I mean, we have Team Mahjong Soul. You have to open. That's part of the branding, isn't it?
For sure, we can see in the logo even. Ichihime giving the thumbs up. Just call.
And draws pin, hopes it's the 4, and it's not. It's the 5.
The hand's so close
So
to.
that's like this head is probably over now.
Oh,
Oh, there's the fill. That is Tempai. I imagine this will be a 4-mon Riichi waiting on 6-9.
if you're really greedy, you can wait for the.
Dama's this.
Yeah, if you draw a terminal or an honor tile, you get the half outside hand, the Chanta.
There's an upgrade to 1 away.
And that's a terminal.
Ooh, there it is. There's 1 9-pin left in the wall.
Even here, there are still further upgrades. 7-pin or 8-pin will also give 789 Sanshoku, or
Interesting. Cuts the 2, so obviously just folding here. That was from a 1-1-2-3 shape.
oh, are we gonna have 2 players on the same weight? I think we will.
I think you have to. Yeah. Chanta Sanshoku Dora.
That's just a Mongon, and then
Mangan Ron or Haneman Sumo. Well, that's Tempai. There it is. Riichi on the 3-6-mon for Riichi Dora 1.
and that locks 2 of the 8 pins in hand, but no more can be accepted. So if one gets drawn, that will not be a double roam.
And now sets up a potential Suji trap. This is one where Suji not always useful, especially with very open hands.
9-pin. Safe here.
You can see that stage does not like that 4-pin, throws it back, but it is safe.
2-8.
Oh, and that 6 steals in, I believe. And you can see that I really don't want to throw that. This log stall knows how awful it is.
It is a dealer Riichi.
And keeps the tempai. Good move there.
Impressive. Still affords us a chance to win. We have to, she has to sumo here.
Would be sumo nomi or sumo only. You can see that 6 would have dealt in. Very nice play. Again, that's an 8, but it's not the right one, and says, nope, I'm done. This hand is not worth it anymore.
Yeah, of course, she can still draw the 8-pin and find a tempai, but playing very defensively here. A little bit more difficult for Hayakawa to defend being open twice. Just jam tiles.
I mean, I feel you have the value. You aren't that worried about it. Of course, there's a threshold for everything. We saw
Right.
a fold away from a really strong value hand.
Yeah, Mongon there. Mongon here is, let's see, this was Yakuhai Chanta. It's not quite the Mongon.
We go 7 so 9 so maybe? Nope, just gonna throw the 8.
So,
There's our sumo. Riichi Sumo Dora. Dora is worthless to this hand, but still a nice value hand there.
and as dealer as well.
So 2,000 all.
Good fortune for Team Mahjong Soul continues. Those 8-pins ended up just buried in the wall.
Yeah, they were deep in the wall. You imagine at least one was in the dead wall at that point.
It was really nice seeing that hand shift from just an outside hand, or from a tempai only, to an outside hand, to an outside Chanta Sanshoku. Maximize the bomb
there's a
chance.
lot of maneuvering.
And then
in
into the
there.
folds, just really strong play. Fold on the
Yeah, and
DM
again,
tile.
not just the fold. Again, folding a Mongon saying this can't work. And it's a really nice play. Nice little Pinzu shape here. And this has a Hatsu pair. The rest of the hand isn't that great, but you have all those honors kind of hedging everything. It's kind of a Pinfu hand, maybe a distant Itsu, maybe some weird 79 Sanshoku. This, on the other hand, is probably the best hand.
Already Ishanten. And no Dora, not really able to use Dora once so when you're going for a simples hand, but
Can also get Sanshoku with the 4 so or 6 so draws. Oh, wait, never mind. I just said that it's a 5-6. We'll require a bit of shifting yet.
yeah, had the chance to keep the Dora there, but one Dora is the same value as all simples or all insides.
Another one of those 2 so. Now you can even consider, do you want to go Honitsu? Just going to play it efficiently for now.
The 3 so really sticky pointed this hand. Unfortunately, a lot
Yeah,
of
and
those
the
are being
question is,
held.
you're ever just going to cut the 1-2 completely?
The problem, of course, being that shape is the Dora shape. I don't really want to.
Depends how flexible you want the hand for Tanya, but probably won't come out.
Be curious once we draw more improvements in the future to see how that decision is made. At this point, maybe just
Well,
go
this
for
may be a
pairs.
Chitoitsu type shift, and yes, that is now one away from Chitoitsu, or 7 pairs with Eudora. There's going to be a call. Just going to try and end this with a quick Tanya.
1,000 points plus the home will be 1,300. Assuming no Tsumo. But yeah, that's a great way to fix the 1-2 edge weight issue. It's no longer an edge weight, you just hoping to draw 1 or a 2.
Right, and we know all the other 2s are dead, so that's going to be the other way out of that situation. And this is where I think the door just comes out. Yeah, there it goes. You don't have to break the 1-3, just draw the 4, and if the rest of the hand is Tanya, then that's worth as much as the Dora. Still Nikaido sitting there on that Tanya Tempai.
A lot of the 4-7 pins being held already, but can certainly... Ooh.
Oh, that's a real interesting. Yeah, just going to take the whitest Shitoitsu. May have also decided if you're never cutting the Dora, then you just take the whitest shape.
Oh, that's a
That is a
Tempai.
Tempai, but that 7 will come out, I believe.
Well, we could do the 2 for the
Oh,
6-9.
that's the 2. Yeah, I like this a lot more. The 6-9. Riichi Pinfu possible Tanya.
Taking the other way does guarantee the Tanya, but...
Makes the shape a lot worse.
Right. Oh, 4-pin.
There's the 4. That's going to be the end of this hand. Gets the 1,000, doubles the value at the stick.
So a relatively inexpensive hand to move the dealership forward. We've seen a lot of, big hand attempts, but the more recent games have featured some cheaper ones to move the dealership forward.
Nice little Pinfu hand there. 3-mon would really help it out. I have a Haku pair here. Their shapes are eh. This is a East pair, so this may just be a call and go, but as you said, pros don't generally like calling for open hand. This has 2 Dora, 8, so is Dora. Plenty of Tanya shapes. Definitely the best hand there.
Another hand with a bunch of outside tiles, but pair of 4-mons means it's a little tricky to move in that direction.
Soul connect to these shapes. Definitely heading towards the Tanya era. Though you do have that 2-3. Well, you'd love to hit the 4-pin, of course, there. One so doesn't like the Kanchan, hates the Kanchan enough to just keep the west as a potential safe tile later. Ooh, no, that's an interesting draw. So I imagine this is the 6-mon. Can also kind of lock the shapes in by cutting the 9-so and locking that 2 Dora in. You don't really want a 7-so, but at the same time, I'd still probably take it if I got it.
Yeah, would that be Riichi Pinfu Dora 1? It's fair enough. As it is, we're moving towards a future funky 1-so, 4-so Dora weight, which is always fun to have. Especially
right. The other part of this is it can't really be called. You're on the 1-4 in both suits. It's actually a 1-4 pin and 1-4-8 so on the other shape.
Well, here's that draw that can give us Pinfu anyway.
That's actually a really nice draw. Interesting whether you go the 2-3 in Pinzu or the 2-3 or even the 4-4. Cuts the 4-4 looking for the Pinfu.
One of those spots where if you got with a 2-3 pin, you could call a door if it comes out.
Oh, just draw the 1 pin. Just read the wall. Can't complain about that. Riichi Pinfu Dora 2.
This is excellent.
And all of a sudden, the hand like this shrinks significantly when there's a Riichi in front of you.
It was looking so good with a chance to draw Dora and maybe draw a triplet of the red dragon, but now we're just going to be dancing around with the Chun to start.
And Nikaido's hand was a mess from the start. Umezawa seems to be getting out of here. Asamiya, of course, with that Mangon Tempai.
Not many tiles remain in the wall for this weight, though. 4-7-mon, a lot have been discarded early on. I think that might even be the last 4-mon. So no tiles in the wall to draw, and as long as the defense holds super strong, then we're likely to just end up in Ryukyoku. Exhaustive draw.
Right now, no one really has the hand to challenge this yet. You're one away in this hand, but at the same time, you're gonna have to throw something right by Dora.
Yeah, perhaps
That
Hayakawa.
7-so Dora indicator, which is Suji to the Riichi, does not feel good. And even just the 6-so is also a really tough shove.
Yeah, 2 players are 1 away. We'll see if they decide to fight it. Should they find Tempai?
Well, there's the 3rd Haku or White Dragon, and just out of it at this point, though, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it's just 3 safe tiles, right? You can still hold on to them for now and see if maybe with perfect discards and perfect draws, you can find your way into Tempai, but...
Yeah, just draw the right tile 5 times in a row. Always my plan.
Not quite
Well,
Tempai.
that is not Tempai. That is a headless. I mentioned the 9 comes out. There it goes. And you can make your decision whether you really want to shove that 6 later for Tempai, but it's a really rough shove.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to being forced to make that decision.
2-so looks safe enough. It is Suji. And the 4-so earlier also makes that less likely to deal in.
With the 9-so having come out, and also the 4-so pair... Oh, there's
Oh,
Riichi.
there's our Riichi waiting on the Dora indicator 7-so.
And suddenly you're a lot less incentivized to fight.
Yeah.
That's
And now you're like, wait, what am I supposed to throw? The 9 isn't even necessarily safe across the way.
Yeah, I was going to say the 6-0 doesn't actually look that bad against the first Riichi, but it looks terrible against the second one. Of course, we noted the 4-7 mod not live at all. I think there might be 1 7-so in the wall.
Well, believe me, we'll see it when it comes. And there's not really that much to say at this point. Everyone just kind of folding. It's which one of the 2 Riichis hits. Of course, we know one of them certainly won't hit.
Tumon, safe. It's been a difficult fold path for Hayakawa, but finds the 9-mon, continues to be safe.
Yeah, didn't like it earlier, but eventually felt forced to throw it. Should be 1 more draw after this.
And of course, we know that the Haku's safe, so...
That will be 2 players Tempai. They see the weights and they see the manga and they go, you know what? I'll pay my 1,500.
Yep. Always feels rewarding when the tile that you thought was dangerous is revealed to actually be the deal-in tile and that your fold was correct.
And that's what happens in a lot of these hands is someone gets the Riichi, everyone's kind of trying to poke and prod and sneak away back in. And most of them won't work, but hey, if you get to Tempai, sure, take the challenge, especially with the Dora in there. All right, this is a kind of awkward hand. 7-mon is the Dora. You have pensions all over the place. This is much more standard Pinfu type hand. You do have a few extra pairs, but you imagine they're going to come apart eventually. This is a Pinfu Tanya type hand with 2 Dora, so that's a very good start. And this is a much better Pinfu, maybe possibly Ipeiko Tanyao.
Yeah, perhaps Hayakawa with the advantage in shapes, but Asamiya with the Dora pair.
And you're kind of looking to call this down for Tanya, but with the 7-8 there, you don't really want to be calling anything and relying on that 6.
Maybe if you see the 6-pin, you can make that play. Just open and fight for 3,900.
Well, now you're also most incentivized to just keep it closed because of the way the shapes are developing.
And that's certainly a perfectly fine way to play this hand. After all, Riichi is a
5's a very nice draw there. You have all these floaters, but floaters attached to other blocks, which makes for Ipeko easier. It makes for Onkos easier. Things like a 1-1-2 turning into a 1-1-1-2, which could expand pretty easily as well. But sometimes you just get the weird pair you weren't expecting. And so I imagine this is the 8 pin.
It's really awkward
No,
because
cuts the 2.
the north is twice cut, so maybe holding out for shifts into Chitoi later.
Well, that was the 6 we were talking about earlier.
Let's just
We'll
draw
just
it.
keep the Ryokan there. Yeah, I mean, that's preferable.
Very
Tile knocked over but not exposed.
very wide shape now with the double inside weight, 1-3-5 mon, and a 3-sided shape in the Sozu in terms of tile acceptance. So sure, she's really optimistic about her odds of drawing into Tempai soon.
Well, also even hedging a Chitoitsu type hand is one of the options. It's not the way you want to go, but you have that in your back pocket, and if not, you have 2 safe tiles for later. Nikaido's hand not really coming together, and you see then for Umezawa that just when that north came, the hand just got really awkward to play. But Asamiya has been the case the whole game. Has the best hand, is just looking for that last tile.
Another pair. Slim down the block in the Sozu.
That's probably what you're looking for. I imagine the north comes out. Yeah, that is 1 away. Would be Riichi Nomi. You're not thrilled with it. Oh, well, that's your Ipeko upgrade. That's a great draw with that 5 pin.
So now we have almost too many blocks. We'll have to
Yeah,
discard.
that is 6 blocks. We'll have to cut probably one of the runs.
This is where you're doing your analysis of the discards and other players' hands to try to guess which one is more live in the wall.
And of course, the rule is it in the wall? If I need it, no.
These are professional players, Korak. It's
Ooh,
definitely in the
6 is a really interesting tile. Because now both the 1 and the 3 are pretty useless. Throws the 3 first as a result.
And now you could definitely call for Tanya Tempai.
Well, that is a pretty wide Ishunten here. We'll cut the E, so that is Tempai and what? 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 in Manzu.
And the pairs keep coming back for Umezawa. Players will take note of a 3-mon, 1-mon cut.
Tends to mean 1 away, which is exactly the situation here.
Especially cut it coming in that order, first the 3, then the 1.
Well, and it being fairly late, and there's the backfire.
A little smile as she discards the 2-mon. It's good to see that it happens to the professional players as well as us amateurs.
And just not getting that final tile. Asami had been stuck in Ishunten hell for a while. But again, with the scoreline, can't complain too much about this game.
Oh, there it is.
That's the fill. We'll Dama this. Pinfu, Tanya Dora 2, waiting on 4-7-mon.
Sumo on the Dora would be Hanemon. Maybe a moment to think
that 8 is wait, is there a shift for Ipeko? Nope. Throw it back.
Also, a Katagiri, I don't think, like discarding the 8 so from your hand, I don't think necessarily very useful, so.
Could call for Tempai. Doesn't have a Yaku here, just going for the Tempai payments.
It has to dodge.
Which is pretty normal in the 3rd row like this. Especially if your hand just isn't going to have any value close. So you could always fold out later.
The 3-mon cut was safe to the scary Mangan Tempai. Oh.
Well, that's a tile.
We could 1-pin and then still sumo the 4-pin.
Yes, and that is definitely a player. And I think this will also be a call. But this could deal in. If the 4 comes out, this deals into manga. There it goes! Tanya Pinfu, Dora 2.
Will be the Mungon for Asamiya, and that scoreline keeps increasing. From 45,000 up to 53,000.
And Team
change.
Mahjong Soul setting in excellent position for 3 wins now, and will just take control early on.
It will be South 2 when we return to the hands.
Well, 3 white dragons, can't complain too much about that. The rest shapes are okay. They're not great. You have Pinchan, Kanchan, and a pair there, but I mean, I'm not going to complain about a hand like that.
At least gives hope
It's
for
cheap
repeat.
but flexible. And this is a much more standard Pinfu type hand. 3 so would really help. Speaking of a 3 filling a Pinchan, there's one of them. And this has a potential 79 Sanshku shift, but is similarly probably just a regular Pinfu type hand. Whole bunch of awkward So tiles. You're even thinking maybe if I get lucky, we could turn this into an Itsu, but a long way away. Just 5 to it at this point. Gets rid of the 9-pin. That's interesting because normally you keep the tile there for Dora acceptance, but the problem is even if you draw Dora, you're waiting on the Dora indicator.
So another pair up. Moves us a step closer to Tempai.
Speaking of another step towards Tempai, the 7 so fits in there. I don't expect a con there. They're definitely not one.
Now, we only saw a couple of cons in this game, and that was from players who were already Tempai. Well, actually, it was just one player who's Tempai and got the chance to con twice.
Especially a dimming con or an open con where you reveal all 3 is very rare in high-level games.
Right, particularly when your hand is closed already. You just lose the chance to Riichi for little gain.
Or even defend, for that matter. You're not guaranteed to win the hand. You say, oh, I have this Yaku, I'm going to win. Well, no, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, in the meantime, you're just giving more door chances for the other 3 players at the table.
And that's really the problem a lot of pros particularly run into with cons is you only have the chance of getting the Condora, but everyone else has a chance of getting the Conura as well.
Right, and the pros definitely recognize that there are better chances statistically that one of the other 3 players wins than that you'll win. Certainly something that a lot of amateur players learn as well as they gain more experience.
Well, I think they learn it early, they just don't like it.
Con is certainly an exciting part of the game.
It's very polarizing because it is fun and it excites the table. Ooh, that's a nice draw at that 4-pin.
Ooh, choices to make here. You've got a lot of good options.
Yeah, I think the 4-mon is the standard cut, but there are a lot of ways to play it. So it's a potential Furi-ten if you draw the 8 so, but 3-sided Furi-ten seems fine. We'll go ahead and cut the 3, and that will be Cheed. Just trying to end this quickly now. Well, the 6 works. It doesn't actually move this hand any closer in Shunten, but makes it much more flexible.
That is an improvement in shape. Technically 1 away.
Oh, the 3. Well, that would have been a Taeko. Of course, you wouldn't have drawn on because there was the call messing things up, but
1 away for Umezawa. And this is one of those spots where
nothing touch in.
unless you draw the 4 so,
Oh,
sure
well, that's a draw. Nope, just gonna play it down as a regular shape.
So a lot of your pin draws, particularly the straight type draws, the 1-pin, the 2-pin, fix the any Furiten issues that you may have. So it's kind of tempting.
This should be the 5 so for efficiency, but may just hate the shapes enough to kind of fold out of this.
Still with a Dora. You're sort of incentivized to play the hand.
Yeah, you could even go 2-so and say we'll cut the 5-7, we connect to the 5-so.
Yeah, you could also be hoping to extend off the 5, so I think that's
Long pause here. Yeah, says we'll take the flexibility. Really hates that 6 weight.
yeah, my thoughts mirroring
But
yours.
as we get there, we get there. Well, that's Tempai. That is not the one you wanted. And we'll just Dama this. And that's going to be a Chi and Tempai on 3-so.
It just came
Umezawa.
out. Of course, anytime there's a call or some serious change on the table, players always have to reevaluate their relative position, how much they want to fight.
Yeah, no one here sees more than one Dora. Well, that's a draw. Is this going to be the Riichi on the 4-7? Nope, just Dama on the 4-7.
The 2 is
2
back.
doesn't really do anything for this hand. But it is a safer tile, and just doesn't really like the way this hand's going. Oh, that's a nice fill.
That's the best fill.
Oh, I wish we still had that 2-so back. But we'll deal in with a 3-so, and that is just the Haku.
Yeah, either way, that was going to deal in, whether we had the 2-so or not. Not an expensive hand, so it will allow Umezawa the chance to repeat his dealer, and that's exactly what she was looking for from that high pie. She played it for, you know, hoping that you could draw into something big and valuable, but once it got to the second row, it just wasn't fast enough to get there by itself. So she had to open it up and cheapen the value. But
One of the most important lessons in this game is just take what the tiles give you. Don't force it. You can kind of nudge things in a certain direction for more value, but sometimes the wall just says no.
Absolutely.
Nice Infu hand there with a Dora. If you didn't have the 1-1 pair, I'd say Tanyao and a potential 678 or 79 Sanjiku there. This is a few pairs, but I think you just could play like a normal hand. It just looks so cheap, though. Maybe you draw a 1-2-mon, you can go 1-2-3 Sanshoku.
Yeah, it's hard to draw anything towards the Dora shape. I mean, if you draw the door itself, you can hold on to it and maybe build towards a straight.
And you saw the long pause on, wait, which one am I actually cutting? Probably had the same issue I did. Where is my value from this?
Tough shapes for Nikaido to play.
Yeah, Nikaido's kind of brute forcing the 79 Sanjiku out of this hand. You figure it's probably not the best hand. So if it's not the best and you don't think it should finish on its own, at least give it a potential to be valuable if you do get the draws.
That's a start.
Oh, no. Oh, no, I see it now. It's the Dora, of course. That makes that 9-so cut a lot more logical. Just locks in the Dora acceptance.
Yeah, we're just a 7. Oh, speaking of Dora.
Well, that's not the Dora, but it does give you another one. The 5-pin is the widest Ishanten. The 2-so would make this the widest shape with a lot of upgrades. Cuts the 3-mon. That's an interesting one.
It does hold the 2-4-6 shape in the Sozu. Leaving the 5-mon to upgrade on the upper side, of course, you can draw the 6-mon. Confirm a solid shape.
Oh, and yeah, I said that 3 felt weird and immediately draws the 2.
Yeah, it definitely feels like she's playing for good shapes in the future rather than the immediate awkward shapes.
Doesn't take the perfect Ishanten, looking for more value, which when you're sitting at 7,700 makes perfect sense.
And that's exactly the draw that Hayakawa was looking for. Potentially Ipeiko with a 4-pin draw.
Oh, well, that would have been Tempai, but it's so cheap, you wouldn't even be that happy with it.
As is, it's still an incredibly wide Hishanten. went away with.
Oh no, and another backfire. I thought that hand was going for the Sanjiku from early on, but here's going to be a Riichi. It is a Riichi Nomi on 4-7-mon.
Which again, as dealer, that's totally fine. Give yourself a chance to sumo and flip some Ura.
Or even just a repeat. Wash this dumb hand away.
I imagine there aren't too many people who would be that upset to wash this hand away. Not any terribly amazing hands. Just look around at the board.
And you see the hesitation here. Does not like that 2-pin. You have the early 1-pin, so it's not the worst tile, but at the same time, it's a dealer Riichi. And eventually says, you know what, this is good enough. We'll just shove.
Yeah, this is some fighting Mahjong from Hayakawa. Not content to let 4th place dealer just sumo the hand. She has a really nice opportunity. If she could just draw a Tempai. Nikaido also went away from Tempai. Ooh.
Oh, that's another 3-pin.
Not willing to cut the south, though.
Well, that's Tempai. It is waiting on the Dora. We'll just Dama for now.
We've seen a lot of Dama from Bad Weight Tempai, from Nikaido specifically.
Well, I think the problem with this one is there aren't any real upgrades. But this is one of those situations where playing position more than anything else.
Right, in second place.
Second place, you're not catching first here unless you hit a Yakuman or something. So it feels this is good enough. And we talk about the Oko, that first place bonus, but at the same time, the difference between second and third is 30 points of Uma. It's not small. 20 points of Uma.
20, yes.
It's 10 and then 20 and then 30. That's right. So 20 difference, but that's still pretty big when you consider the value of the hand would be at best Riichi Subo Dora and then maybe at Ura.
Oh, there's the
Well,
Tempai.
there's a Tempai. This is going to be a Riichi, I presume.
Yeah, just deciding which one to cut. Probably the 9.
Cuts the 9. Riichi Pinfu Dora, possibly Peiko on the 4-pin. Also can use the 7-pin.
East passing. 8-mon passing. So close to being the winning tile.
And Asumiya says, get me out of here.
And he kind of managing to hold his Tempai. We are approaching the end of the wall. It's 3-mon. Jammable.
Passes, that's all that matters.
5-8 Tsuji, not what Umezawa is looking for. We want 4-7.
3 draws left.
Last chance. Misses.
It's right by that door. It's just sweat a bit, but it passed.
Especially with the 9 Riichi. But Ryukyoku found 3 players Tempai. And that means we will not be advancing. The dealership will stay right here. But 2 sticks in the middle for the next round, as well as a second Homba.
Now, this is the advantage of having that big first, is even if you pay out the 3,000, you don't really care that much.
And with each continued payment, though, Nikaido will keep measuring that gap. Right now, something like 29,000 points. But it just became 4,000 points closer, so you never know.
Yeah, there's still a long way to go, but we're in South 2 here. Tune pair. Bunch of reasonable shapes here. The hand just doesn't look particularly valuable, but I like the shapes a lot.
Yeah, they're consecutive
You
hands.
did have a bunch of Riichis, so you're looking for anything, honestly. And what if you just have 3 green dragons? Seems like a very easy hand to play.
Yeah, when you're going for just anything, certainly helps to start with Yaku concealed in your hand.
Ooh, pairing up pretty nicely here. Could even potentially shift to a toy.
West callable for, oh, rather not callable for Asamiya.
Oh, well, that fills that. Now Ishan 10 has the 246 and then the 3-9 Shumpon potentially. Now it's worth noting that 2600 in the middle is huge with these scores.
Yeah, with 2 rounds to play after this one, if the dealership advances, that will put you pretty close to your competition, even if you win a one-hunt
interesting.
hand.
Keeps the shapes as is. Could have kept the 3, 4, 5, 6, but having thrown the 6-0 last turn, somewhat expected that would come out. One will fill here. Looking for a Chanta but would require a shift. Also has a potential Sanshiku, and you can see that's the decision. Do I cut the 3-pin? The answer is not yet. We really like Sanshiku around here.
I'm a fan.
I'm a fan as well. I know Gemma's a fan.
Honestly, Sanchoku my favorite Yaku, so it's going to be hard to stop me from appreciating good Sanchoku hedge. Oh, that's just Tempai.
Yeah, there's such an upgrade if you draw the 9-mon, but you have a Dora. We'll, again, just Dama without a Yaku here.
This, of course,
This is,
Asamiya.
again, Nikaido has shown that doesn't really want to throw the stick in with bad weights.
And Asamiya
Again,
in first
largely
place
because of the shapes.
doesn't need to do it either. As you said, that 9-mon draw is going to be huge in terms of the value.
Well, it's not only value, but then you could actually win on a road.
Yeah, without declaring the Riichi, it's a completely safe way to find Tempai.
And that's always the feeling with these bad weight Riichis. Even if you do take them, you feel so sad if you miss the upgrade in like 3 turns.
This way hasn't progressed in a little while.
Close, gets the 9-pin, needed the 8. Of course, 8 being Dora. Always nice getting extra Dora, but the wall seems to be eating them.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. Waiting on the Dora now for Chanta Dora.
5,200 points plus the sticks, and here's another pair.
Ooh, interesting. I think it goes 3-3. Yeah, there's the play. And you're feeling at this point, if you get anything, you'd probably just call it and move the hand around.
Right, it's getting pretty late. We're going to see a call from dealer, pressing forward for a Tanya. Pretty common tactic when you just need any win. Just discard all the terminals, the 1s and 9s, and the honor tiles. Aim for all the insides.
No, 7-so passed a couple turns ago, so going to hold on to it for now rather than the 3. But there goes the Chi on the 3. Now Tempai on 4-7-so. Uh-oh. Oh, just Sumo! Sumo Chanta Dora.
It's going to be the Mangan. The 2 Honba. Asamiya will also collect the 2 Riichi 6 for the previous round. And if her lead wasn't commanding enough...
Some days you just have it.
Honestly, for Team Mahjong Soul as a whole, they've had it.
It should be over 60,000 now.
And still a dealership to go. One mon will
Now,
be the
these are those
Dora.
awkward situations of you're wondering, how much should I try and run my dealer up versus keeping extra safety? With that hand, I'd be playing for value. That's a reasonably nice hand here. Definitely Tanya shaped. Potential 6, 7, 8 Sanjiku later. A few pairs here. Feels like a 1, 2, 3 Sanjiku. Dora is 1-mon. The 8-mon Anko here. 4-so is a nice fill, but has a bunch of honors to get rid of. And this hand's very awkward. You have the North pair, maybe Honitsu and Manzu.
Oh, another pair here. Chitoi not Seven pairs not bad when you've got a chance at using the door twice.
No, just going to play it efficiently. Maybe try and pick up the Itsu in Manzu. 8's a nice pull there. That 8, not so nice a pull.
Ooh, 3 so 4. Kaido improves that shape.
Yeah, it just feels like a Tanya, and honestly, Nikaido can win 1,000 and not care. You do have the potential of South 4 dealer making a comeback, but if you can enter South 4 in the comfortable second, I feel you should just take it.
Insta door cut.
Well, if it doesn't fit, you get rid of it now, because especially those terminal Dora and the rest of the tiles that are being accumulated by the players here, you just think it's not going to get any better. Because people at this point are usually hoarding 2 mon and 3 mon. And there's our first one, and the only reason it comes out is because it's cut from a pair.
Ooh, that's
5 shows an awkward draw.
interesting because
And yeah, it hesitates as well. Doesn't really like the shape either.
if you isolate the 3-4-5 sequence, you're left with a 1-3-3-5, which is just an awkward shape in general.
That gives a potential Sanshoku, and yes, we'll take the Ishanten for Sanshoku. Oh, that's the tie you're looking for. Pulls in the Penchun fill. Seven, so also a nice fill. Now, Ishanten. Wait, no, not quite. 1, 2, 2, 4, 5, 7, 9.
Yeah, but the Itsu plan seems strong if you can find your way
Definitely.
there.
Oh, speaking of fills, that'll do it. Trying to decide whether to take the Sononko route. And says, nope, it's good enough.
Yeah, this path has...
Just go for Riichi +1.
And the 3-pin draw gives you the Sashoku path as well, the 1-2-3.
Okay, now it's one away in the Itsu. Oh, do we see a Sanchoku shift here?
Now this one also has Son Uncle closed triplets.
Nope.
Thoughts?
I think I'd go ahead and cut the Formon. The problem is thinking the 2-5 is going to be really expensive, which it is. Ooh, actually, that fits nicely. You can just cut the 9-mon, go for the other Sanchoku, this one with the Tanyao. Oh, and see, there's our 2. We could have called for Tempai. But going for Suonko Ishanten, I mean, that's a different route.
Well, you did say that it would take a Yakuman to overcome this gap. Now Yakuman is on the horizon, perhaps.
Well, especially because Asamiya is dealer here.
Yeah, it would take the Oyakaburi.
The extra payments would be 16,000. But says, you know what? It's fine. We'll just pull. The 5 isn't going to come out again. We'll just take our Tempai. Toy Tanya, possible Sononko. And this is Tempai waiting on 3-mon. For Itsu Dora, we'll see if there's a Riichi. Is not. Well, there is a Tempai. This is Dama on 6 9-pin. The 6 is the only winnable tile, though.
Was that a wide Ishanten? Yeah, looking for the pair.
Oh, you're right.
Still.
He's headless. I missed it. Yeah, that's the Onko of the 3. I expected that to be filled.
That's such a wide shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be awkward if she draws the 4-mon into Tempai. That would necessitate cutting the 3-mon itself for the Tempai. Not a super live tile.
7-pin isn't one of the tiles that improves his hand. 5 so doesn't feel great to push, but there just aren't too many other options here. We'll deal into though for that Toi Toi Tanyao.
Yeah, in the end, we'll bridge the gap a little bit, but probably not enough to put too much pressure on Asamiya, moving it to all last. Now we go to Ayakawa's dealership. Last chance to make up the ground towards second place.
Few pairs here. The Peiko potential with a 6-pin. Ooh, south pair, double south, and some other pairs. Could go Toi Toi double south. 4-mon appears Vidora. Has a nice little Anko of the Tuso here. Feels like a Tanya hand. Eventually cut that Penchon. We have the west pair here. Doesn't believe in the 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku. But I feel this is the best hand. Just
For
Nikaido
sure.
sitting there with double south and potential Toi Toi, and doesn't even need it.
Right, already locking up second place pretty convincingly. Although Hayakawa's making up ground here. That was a nice one to draw.
Ormon is a fill. That is now Ishunten. 1 away.
It's nice to fill with the
Always
Dora.
nice to draw Dora. Yep. There's our pawn now. 1 away here as well. Needs the 5 so and either 3-pin or 8-mon. That 4 so is clearly not the tile that was expected. Interesting. Cutting the 5-pin. Could have hedged maybe the Chitoi with an 8 so, but I don't mind the 5 cut.
Oh, Green Dragon pairs up, and that means the hand has that Toi Toi potential that you're talking about. All triplets. It's viable here.
Pretty wide Ishunten. Could shift to Tanya here. Tanya Sanshoku. That needs to be the 8-9, doesn't it?
Absolutely. She sees it, and nice play. This is the route to maximum value, and go straight forward towards it.
You can see he wants that Sanshoku, but I just don't think it's here. Cuts the 8 so. And of course, we see that 8-mon. You know who really wants that 8-mon? Nikaido.
Well, it should be coming out pretty soon.
Gives up on the Toi Toi. Says, I don't really need it here. It may come out right now. There it goes. There's the call. 2 5-pin.
We'll feel a little sad if the Hatsu comes out first, the Green Dragon. What would have been a Mungun, but this certainly is the better choice if you're trying to win quickly.
Right. You'll end up with a positive score here.
Ooh, now a second door draw for Umezawa would give the twin sequences.
Well, that's a 1 away. Can cut the 8-mon or the 9-pin.
Ah,
There's a sumo. That's going to end this. And Nikaido will gladly take second after Asamiya just dominating this table from start to finish, really. Just to see Mahjong Soul has dominated the day, all 3 games.
Yeah, ever since that early Hanuman sumo, she's continued to stay out of trouble and continue to win big hands. And will confirm the first place here. We will have the final scores in just a moment. Asamiya first place with 57,600. Locking in the 3 in a row for Team Mahjong Soul. Nikaido with a well-played game as well, 28,800 will take the second place. Hayakawa in third with 10,800. And in fourth place will be Umezawa or Team All Green, 2,800,
2,800, rough fourth there, but when one person is just winning every hand, it feels like you just try and hold on. Inevitably, someone or some ones won't. And that's kind of what we saw here. I just had every hand.
Yeah, but what a thrilling game series for Team Mahjong Soul. Will absolutely continue to watch their progress as they future rounds in the Yukan Fuji Cup move forward. And of course, we're also keeping an eye out on Team WRC this season, of course, our sponsored team. I hear they got off to a pretty good start as well. And we look forward to seeing the standings in all of these groups in just a moment. Yeah, what an exciting game. Any moments that stood out to you in particular for that game?
I think the one that sticks out was actually that fold very early on gives up the Mongon to just abandon the Yaku because it would have dealt in. It would have been really expensive. Just very solid defensive play. And I don't know even too many very experienced amateurs that would make that play.
Yeah, that was such a good read on the 6-mon. And even the way that hand progressed leading up to the eventual fold was also quite interesting to watch. It was a Nomi hand, just a Riichi Nomi, but that was passed, and then it improved to a Chanta, which then improved to a Sanshoku Chanta for the Mongon into the fold. I really loved watching that hand. And she even maintained the tempi for a while afterwards to try to get the Tsumo before ultimately giving
eventually was just trying to shut it down, but hit that threshold and gave up on it. But just really solid play. That was such a good one. The other thing I'm going to say is there were a lot of Dama with no Yaku, which personally disgusts me. My on brand is Riichi everything.
Yeah, in a facetious manner.
There were a lot of those Riichi +1 bed weight. A lot of these pros especially didn't like it. And again, because of the positioning, it made more sense than I would expect in kind of an East 1 situation. Because you had someone who's just blowing out the table. So you just want to hold on to second if possible. You have a 10,000 gap most of the game. So,
and of course, the meta is a slightly different in a tournament like this, a league like this rather, than with your standard online play. So always interesting to see the effects of that.
You see Team Mahjong Soul there at +165, just absolutely dominating the table. Janrin kind of holding on there with a -7.2 and just win games, just sumo.
Yeah, we can see all the groups here from 9 through 12. Outside of Mahjong Soul, it was also strong performances from TF Channel and also Hokkaido Fan Meeting, both with finishes over 135 points. And in Group 12, it looks like things were a little bit closer, more closely contested, rather. Mahjong Map taking the lead there, but not absolutely dominating just yet.
No, it's kind of the inverse of some of the others we saw, where this one had one team just getting absolutely beaten up and then a pretty rough fight for first between the other three.
And then we also have the standings for the groups 13 through 16. It was Team Trinity coming out to a large lead in their series, plus 113.4. The close battles elsewhere in the other groups. We can see Karaoka Mentampin taking the slight lead in Group 14, and in Group 15, looks like Maika with a 26.1 in first, and Riichi City, perhaps another online client sponsored team, with a second there. What a close battle in Group 15. No one really pulling apart that one. Feels like they took turns with winning a first, second, third.
Well, that's just it. And again, we're still talking the first session here,
Of course.
you don't want to be like that far behind. But even here, if you're the Musashi Koyama team at -27.8, you're not that worried about it. You're within a game striking range there. There's a long way to go. But we have Group 16, which is Team WRC, and they did really well.
Yeah, really well. Plus 54.7. I believe it was Nika playing for Team WRC that day. She played all 3 games, and what a great performance with a taking the early lead in Group 16.
Yeah, Lika will also be playing on the best 16 on the EX Frinkazon Tournament Ikosa today on their YouTube channel. Go Lika. We already talked about the games, looked at the standings. So this is when we wrap it up and do our final plugs. Of course, check out the Sparrow's Nest if you're in New York City. USPML trying to run a nice teaching tool, regular meeting place, unlimited games, and it's a very nice location. I'd like to get out there myself. It's 3 hours each way. I'll get there eventually. And of course, like the video here, subscribe to the YouTube, check out our Discord if you want to see more information. And we have the WRC Online League. I don't know if we're televising anything on this. We're talking about maybe getting some sort of wrap-up show eventually on how those online league games go. So pay attention for that. It's not guaranteed, but we're working on it. But the games for that are every Saturday Eastern time. It's 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So much better for Europe and Japan.
Yeah, for sure. If you're not a morning person in the US, it can be a little bit tricky, but I know I'm not a morning person. I've been having a lot of fun with it. I know, Korak, you've had a nice little start for your team in that league. So hopefully the good results continue to come your way. And exciting to hear
Jenn is
updates
saying we will have an actual wrap-up show on Sunday. So
Ooh,
there we go.
you heard it here first.
Jinx. Anyway, so yeah, I'm actually on a pretty good run in my online league team, but it takes a best 20 consecutive games, so it is a grind.
Well, wishing you the best of luck in that grind. And of course, we're going to have more from the Yukan Fuji Cup. Every single session will be broadcast. And our next session will take place in August, the 8th of August. It will be, I believe it's just the same time as these current broadcasts. We'll be splitting it up into 2 different days for the morning session and the evening session. So you'll get the opportunity to watch these excellent professional players continue to battle it out. And of course, we'll be able to cheer Team WRC on in the future broadcasts as well.
All right. Well, I think we're going to wrap up then. Thanks for watching. Hope to see you Sunday then for that wrap-up show of the online league.
Yep, make sure you have liked and subscribed. That way you'll be notified whenever that wrap-up show happens and whenever our future broadcasts go live.
For Nathanael, this is Korak, wishing everyone a good evening, night, or morning, depending on where you are.